Policy Committee meeting of 5th of November, the Gambling Hearings and Deliberations 2015. Welcome Her Worship the Mayor, councillors, staff, submitters and members of the public and media. Also our online viewers. Please everyone make sure your cell phones are turned off, and that means on silent, not on vibrate, because the microphones pick it up. Committee members, we will be breaking at 12 for lunch, but this meeting should be concluded by then. But even though we're only starting at 10, we're also going to break at 11 a.m. for 10 minutes for a cup of tea, because many members have been working since early this morning and need some refreshment stops. Apologies I've received from Councillor Wilson, Councillor Forsyth, and apologies for lateness for Councillor Green. Are there any other apologies?
Lateness for Councillor McPherson.
I'll move that those apologies be received. Seconded by Councillor Mallett. All those in favour? Are there any against? That's carried. Confirmation of the agenda. As I said, we have one item on the agenda today, so there are no changes to the agenda. I'll move that the agenda be received. Seconded by Councillor Young. All those in favour? Are there any against? Are there any declarations of interest? No, and there is no public forum today because will be hearing from the submitters. So, committee, as you know, this is a continuation of the process to review our two gambling policies, and for members of the public and our online viewers, both of these policies control the establishment and location of, I guess, pokie machines is a more commonly used word in the city where they can locate in TAB venues. Today's meeting, as I said, is the hearings and deliberations phase. First part of this meeting, we hear from those submitters who are wishing to speak to their submission. And the second part of the hearing is the deliberations phase, where the committee members will ask questions, we will deliberate and make a decision. For the submitters in the room, committee, we only have 5 people speaking today. Now, we are going to stick to time. I am not going to go over time. Each submitter has 10 minutes. So, submitters, I ask that you keep to that 10 minutes. I don't want to cut you off, but as I said, we will be keeping to time. A bell will ring at 8 minutes, indicating that you have 2 minutes left to speak. Now, I suggest you wrap it up then, because there will be questions that the elected members will want to ask you, and I will not be going over the 10 minutes today. A number of you have presentations, and we have one that's being handed out now. Again, please remember you have 10 minutes, and that's all. Okay, right, we'll start with our first submitter. Committee, this is submission number 8, and also just for everyone in the room, the elected members have read all of the submissions. I think we received 78 on gambling in total, so we have read all of those. They've been available to us for some weeks now. Right, so submission number 8 is our first speaker up, and that's Jared True from Harkness Henry. So, Jared, welcome.
Yeah. Now, I understand that I've been allocated 10 minutes in relation to the TAB policy and also 10 minutes in relation to the gaming machine policy. Is that correct? The note I've got says the time allocated 10:05
yes, there is.
10:35.
Is that this one here? Okay. Yes, that's correct, Jared. Thank you.
I have a PowerPoint presentation. Do load that, please. And is there a clicker available for the PowerPoint?
Chair, is there a reason why there's 30 minutes for 2 presentations and not 20?
No, it's 20 minutes. It should be 20 minutes.
So it's 10:25.
I've got on here 5 past. Oh, yeah, it is. No, that's the block, councillor. Ignore that. It's 20 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Jared True, partner of Harkness Henry. I represent the New Zealand Racing Board, the TAB. I'd like to speak to you first about your TAB board venue policy. So if we could flick through to the next slide, please. So the New Zealand Racing Board is inviting you to retain your current policy. Your current policy is effectively a cap of 4 TAB board venues. The policy allows for 1 TAB board venue per 30,000 people. In our submission, there's no need to change the current policy, and in fact, a change would be counterproductive on harm minimisation grounds. It appears to me that the reason for the change is the result of the recent application that we made regarding the 5 Crossroads Sports Bar and Cafe, where we applied to make that a formal TAB board venue. And the clear concern when I was sitting here last was that the council didn't want to see the gaming machine funds that are generated from that venue going through to the New Zealand Racing Board and being used predominantly for race and sports purposes. That concern has now been addressed. Section 33 of the Gambling Act was amended on the 21st of October, and now the New Zealand Racing Board is no longer permitted to take over a venue and to use the gaming machine funds at that venue for race and sports betting purposes. So that prior concern has now been addressed. At the back of the handout, I've got a copy of the new Section 33, which sets out in Section 33, subsection 3, that new restriction. So the funds that go through our TAB network support the racing industry in New Zealand. Racing in Waikato in particular is very, very strong. It makes a $370 million contribution to GDP. Just shy of 8,000 people are employed in either a full-time, part-time or volunteer basis in the Waikato. It's a significant contribution towards entertainment as well. We have 93 race meetings held in the Waikato every year, attended by over 111,000 people. So just understanding our TAB board venues and the different types of venues. Currently we've got 2 TAB board venues, 7 pub TABs and 11 self-service terminals. So council only has jurisdiction over TAB board venues, and what you're proposing to do is ban us setting up a TAB board venue. What that does is it forces us then to put the TAB offering in hotels and clubs where there's alcohol present, where there's higher trading hours, and when those staff are not simply focused on their core role of host responsibility, but also focused on serving alcohol and serving food. So these are our 2 TAB board venues. There's absolutely no problems or no concerns coming out of these venues. They're alcohol-free, high-quality venues, staff trained by the Problem Gambling Foundation. These are the venues that you're proposing to ban. If you ban those venues, we have more TABs and pubs and clubs. This is an example of a TAB in a pub. This is the current 5 Crossroads offering. The Eastside Tavern's another example of a TAB in a pub type environment. If we ban the TAB board venue network, we will also see more self-service terminals being introduced. The new Smokies Bar has a self-service terminal. It's one example. We see more of these types of venues. The TAB board venues are unique in that they're the only environment where we see race and sports betting being conducted in an alcohol-free environment. The research is absolutely clear that alcohol contributes to problem gambling. There's a reason why all the casinos around the world give away free alcohol. It's great for business. Once you've had 2 or more alcoholic drinks, you're less likely to resist the urge to gamble, and once you start gambling, you'll start spending more than you have planned to spend. In the TAB board venue environment, there's no alcohol. Staff are simply there, trained to look after the people, to monitor the gambling. They're never distracted by those other roles of serving food or serving alcohol. Our TAB board venues have very modest hours, opening late in the morning, closing reasonably early in the evening. If we're forced to put the TAB offering in bars, pubs and hotels, the offering is going to be available to midnight or early hours of the morning. Race and sports betting doesn't need the same restrictions as gaming machines may. Out of all the people that report to the Problem Gambling Services, only 7.5% say they have an issue in relation to race betting. Only 2.5% of those people say they've got a problem in relation to sports betting. The predominant section of people that go to the Problem Gambling Services say that their issue relates to gambling on gaming machines. So yes, it may be appropriate to have more tougher restrictions on gaming machines, but it also means there's no need to have tough restrictions when it comes to gaming, when it comes to race and sports betting. So just to conclude in relation to the TAB policy, the proposal to ban the new TABs being established, we believe is counterproductive. It will lead to the TAB environment, TAB offering being in an alcohol environment. It will lead to the TAB offering being in premises where there's longer trading hours. It will be the TAB offering will be in premises where staff are not solely dedicated to focusing on harm minimisation. The current policy is perfectly fine. There's no reason to change it. The prior concern regarding TAB taking over existing venues and using the gaming funds no longer exists because Section 33 has been amended to prevent us doing that. Very happy to answer your questions on the TAB policy.
Thank you, Jared. Questions? Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Jared. Thanks for the submission. When you say we're proposing to ban TAB board venues, we're not. You've got the grandparenting clause for the two existing ones, haven't you? They don't get banned. Yeah. So we're talking. It's only new ones that.
Yeah. So you'd be preventing us from establishing any new ones,
up to the maximum of 4.
and preventing those existing venues relocating.
Yep. Fair enough. You said that if we did that, it would force the establishment, I think the words used at one point, of outlets in bars and clubs and things like that. The establishment of a TAB kiosk, for want of a better word, in a pub, that's still the TAB's choice whether it does that, is it not?
Yeah, so the TAB, as they do, will look at market demand and look as whether there's demand to establish a new TAB board venue. If there was demand to establish a new TAB board venue and they couldn't, they would then look to put TAB terminals in 3 or 4 pubs or 5 or 6 self-service terminals. The other thing, of course, is that your policy, if we would establish a new TAB board venue due to market demand, it would have to be in a gambling permitted area. We couldn't put it in a residential area. Whereas if we couldn't do that and we were required to put it in a pub, we could put it in a pub in a residential area. Those restrictions wouldn't apply.
Well, some of them are also got clauses that they can't re-establish, themselves, and they've had existing licences, haven't they, from a long time ago, from before 2003.
Well, you're talking about a pub that would have a game machine licence.
Yes.
So we could put a TAB terminal in any pub in a residential area.
Could you put it in a restaurant or a cafe that didn't have a liquor licence?
We could put them wherever we like.
Okay,
Yeah.
absolutely. So the putting of them in, the putting of these kiosks in places with liquor licences is very much a choice of the TAB. It could put them in a dairy.
Well,
as
a statutory body, it's unlikely to, but there's no legal restriction.
Well, I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. Your, in my opinion, correct assertion that there's a link between alcohol and problem gambling, but yet you're choosing as a TAB to put those kiosks in liquor establishments when you have the choice. Let me finish the question. When you have the choice to put them in other types of places, so I accept the market force that's causing you to want to have them, but you don't have to have them in liquor. Yeah. So
the reality though is we want them to be in adult type environments. Okay, and there's very few. As our culture just turns out, there's very few adult type environments, adult entertainment environments where there's not alcohol served. The TAB board venues are pretty much the only type of venues. Other types of venues that are suitable are hotels, bars, hotels, and they all tend to serve alcohol.
Sure.
I don't think it would be appropriate for us to put them in a dairy or somewhere else where there wouldn't be alcohol.
There are some cafes without licences which are adult type venues, let's say, adult oriented. But anyway, look, I don't think I can get any more out of you on that particular issue, but just can I ask how many kiosks, sort of non-board venues have you got
So we've got 2 TAB board venues, 7 pub TABs and 11 self-service terminals in Hamilton City.
Sorry, Councillor McPherson, sorry to interrupt. Can you use your microphone?
Oh, sorry.
Please, members, can you remember? Thank
Apologies,
you.
sorry.
Thank you.
So if the current rules allow you to have 4 board venues, you've only chosen to have 2 at this point, and one of them was after the policy first came in. Originally you only had 1 when we first brought the policy in. You've got 15 odd venues around the place where you do TAB sales, so isn't that plenty at the moment? why would you be worried about? You seem to be concentrating on non-board venues for outlets.
I think the makeup that we've got here in Hamilton City is consistent with the makeup across the country.
Yeah.
There tends to be more pub TABs and self-service terminals simply because they are cheaper. It's very cheap to put a self-service terminal in, and it's cheaper to put a TAB terminal in a pub as opposed to spending $300,000-400,000 putting out a clean, modern-looking TAB board venue.
So economically for the TAB, it would actually be more advantageous not to have to run any board venues and just only outlets.
Yeah, but that's not where the strategic plan for the New Zealand Racing Board's going. They're very conscious of their image and where they want to be. They want to get out of the dark, dingy pubs, black singlets, gumboots type environment and have new, clean, modern TAB board venues that are all glass, all well lit, leather couches, polished concrete floors, bright lighting. It's a positive place, attracting a different type of clientele.
That sounds good. So if you didn't have a restriction on numbers of board venues, you wouldn't have any outlets in a place like Hamilton that weren't board venues?
If we look at when we've established a brand new TAB board venue in the past, when we've outlaid close to $500,000 to fit one of those venues out, that normally results in about 4 to 5 of terminals and pubs and self-service terminals being removed from that area because we want the clientele to go to the TAB board venue to make it financially viable.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks.
Your Worship.
Can you just talk to me historically? How many board venues have you had maximum in Hamilton historically?
We've always had a presence in Frankton.
Yep.
We had a TAB board venue, which is now used to be the Trackside studio in Te Rapa Strait. That's moved across the road. So historically, it's always been about 2 or 3. But of course, Hamilton's got a growing population.
Yep. So, okay, 2 or 3, and the which Te Rapa is the one that you've established after the policy? So, what year was the Te Rapa one put in?
From memory, about 4 years ago.
Okay. All right. And did I hear you say that the decision about whether to establish a board venue is basically market driven if you assess there's a demand?
Yeah.
Okay. And is there, what's sort of the state of the industry at the moment in terms of gambling on horse racing? Is there a growing demand, a growing market for that?
The market
static,
is growing slightly. It's positive, but in a gentle.
Okay, and focusing that down then into the Waikato,
Yeah.
what's that been looking like? Static?
The same.
Same.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we do have the Waikato is very strong as far as its horse racing and supporting it.
Yeah, as an industry. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Right, thank you very much, Jared. You can move on to your next one.
So in relation to the gaming machine policy, New Zealand Racing Board is inviting you to consider replacing the current sinking lid with the cap at current numbers, which would be 30 venues and 457 machines. They're inviting you to retain the current relocation provisions and to retain the current discretionary hearing process. We believe that a cap at current numbers is appropriate. The Gambling Act seeks to balance the harm that comes from game machines against the benefit that comes from the machines for community fundraising. When we look at the problem gambling rate in New Zealand, it is low by international standards. 0.7% of adults in New Zealand are considered to be problem gamblers, and that relates to all forms of gambling, not simply game machine gambling. The fundraising that these machines generate in Hamilton City is significant. It's over $8.8 million every year. New regulations are about to come in, which means that at least 80% of funds generated locally must go back to local causes, which is great. However, a reduction in local venues therefore will mean an absolute reduction in local funding. When Auckland Super City did their review, they commissioned a report which looked at the reliance on funding that comes from the machines. That report concluded that 75% of the community organisations that receive the funding are moderately or totally reliant on the game machine funding to fund their core business activities, and 68% of those organisations said they would be unlikely to find funding from another source. So it's a large amount of funding which a large number of organisations are very reliant on. So if we were to ban a new venue being established, people that are addicted to gambling will simply continue to gambling. They'll simply move to another venue, or worse, look to gamble online. If we stop a new bar being established having game machines, what that will do is it will stop casual recreational play. People that are simply at the venue and have got 5 or 10 minutes to kill, it will stop those people putting $2, $4 or $6 in the machines because they simply won't be there. That reduces the turnover through the machines and reduces the grant funding that's available. If the logic behind let's remove the machines because less machines means less harm, you would think that the problem gambling rate over time would bear some correlation with the number of machines. It doesn't. The blue line there shows the number of machines we've had in New Zealand since 91. From 1991 through to 2003, the machines peaked significantly. During that same time, you'll see the red line. During that same period, the problem gambling rate in New Zealand in fact decreased. More recently, machine numbers have been declining, but despite that, the problem gambling rates increased from 0.4% to 0.7%. And the more recent surveys show that it's levelled out at about 0.7%, and it stayed the same despite machine numbers falling. So if the logic is less machines means less problem gambling, over time the studies and the numbers don't reflect that. In relation to the relocation provisions, we're inviting you to retain the current relocation provisions. We believe they're working well. Parliament is in fact now requiring councils to consider having a relocation policy. Allowing relocation enables venues to move from residential areas to town centres, which is a positive thing. Allowing relocation enables venues to move to new, modern, refurbished premises. So your current policy allowed this to happen. It allowed the allowed the Chirapa Tavern to move from premises which was probably be described as slightly undesirable to the new Chirapa Tavern, which is an absolutely stunning facility. Over $3 million spent on fit-out. That venue would have probably been unlikely to have relocated if it couldn't take its game machines with it, because they are a significant part of the revenue for the venue. Your old policy, your current policy allows that, which I think is positive. Your new policy, that wouldn't have been allowed to happen. Because your new policy proposes only to allow relocations if you're moving from outside a gambling permitted area to inside a gambling permitted area. So that venue, if it wasn't allowed to relocate, we would still have the old Chirapa Tavern. Allowing relocation also enables venues to move out of earthquake-prone buildings. It creates fairness in cases of fire, lease termination, public works acquisitions. It prevents landlords demanding unreasonable rentals. At the moment, if a venue can't relocate across the road, the landlord knows that. They knows that the game machine licence is valuable to the tenant, and they can simply charge whatever rent they like. If we don't allow relocation, it just simply entrenches venues in their current locations and premises that are run down and probably more attractive to a clientele which is more susceptible to problem gambling. In relation to the discretionary hearing process, I probably have been the largest user of your discretionary hearing process, and I know firsthand the examples where that process has allowed common sense to prevail. It's remarkable when you look at a venue that wants to relocate, inevitably they end up relocating to somewhere where they are 99 metres away from a residential area. If you look at the TAB that we wanted to establish in Chirapa, one of the earlier ones, across the road was Classic Builders, which was on across 4 lanes of traffic, but it was on residential land. You look at the 5 Crossroads situation, you've got residential land across the road, even though it's owned by McDonald's and a hotel. You look at Linden Court, close to residential areas. You look at Chirapa Strait, plenty of areas there, close to residential areas. Look at Greenwood Street, close to residential areas as well. The discretionary process enabled us to say, yes, we are 99 metres away from a residential area, but to walk there it would take 400 metres, and it enabled common sense to prevail. Your current policy doesn't allow that flexibility anymore. We believe the current policy is entirely appropriate. So to conclude, we believe a cap at current numbers strikes a fair balance, problem gambling rates low, the community reliance on the funding here in Hamilton City is high, over $8.8 million of funding annually. A sinking lid on game machines will only impact on the casual and recreational play. The problem gamblers, those that are addicted to gambling, will always be able to find a machine to play on, either here, at another Class 4 venue, at the casino, or potentially online. Less funding going through the Class 4 machines means less money going through the local machines means less local funding. Allowing relocation, keeping the current flexible policy, enables venues to move out of rundown premises, out of earthquake-prone venues, prevents landlords demanding unreasonable rentals, and having the current discretionary hearing process in relation to the 50-metre rule, 100-metre rule, allows common sense to prevail in appropriate circumstances.
Right, thank you. You've left 4 minutes for questions. I have Councillor McPherson and then Councillor Mallett.
Thanks. In your first submission, Jared, you waxed eloquently about the deleterious link between alcohol and gambling, but now you didn't mention that in this one. Is that still a problem with wearing your other hats? Is it still an issue linking alcohol and gambling?
The reality is that the rules require us to have game machines in adult-type environments. They must be in an adult-type environment, which is an adult entertainment environment. And again, just that's the way our culture is, that where there's an adult-only environment and it's an entertainment-focused environment, it's pretty much always got alcohol.
Are any of your clients establishments in non-alcohol venues?
We have our TAB board
apart
venues.
From the TAB.
30 of those are.
Apart from the TAB.
And we have a couple of club clients that have elected to be alcohol.
So that's possible. Yeah. Okay. You talked about the $8.8 million going to Hamilton.
Microphone, Councillor.
Sorry. $8.8 million going to Hamilton from. Is that $8.8 million being spent in Hamilton, or is that $8.8 million being granted to Hamilton organisations?
That's grants.
Okay. So how much is it?
Sorry, that's grants. That's the total amount of payments made by way of authorised purpose payments.
Yep.
Which includes grants and the money that clubs use themselves.
Okay, and how much is actually spent in order to achieve that 8.8 million? 22 million.
Yeah.
So
Remembering that the government
we're talking
gets
40% approximately
Yeah. So
Spent means gambled, is that what you say?
put into the machine,
Yeah, okay.
lost into the machines. The
No,
turnover,
they know where it is.
The turnover is higher again, is it not?
yeah, 22 million spent on entertainment. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, 40% back to Hamilton. You talked about the Tarapa Tavern as an example, that it couldn't have shifted, in your opinion, if it hadn't been able to take gaming machine licence with it, and that there was a significant part of its business. But isn't there a part of the Gambling Act that says that business, or implies that businesses like that are not to be, have got to be separate? The gambling part's got to be separate from the actual primary purpose of the business?
Yeah. The law requires gambling only to be incidental.
Yep.
And it can't be the primary activity. But the reality is, if gaming contributes 25% of your profits, it's still not your primary activity, but it still makes it difficult to relocate when you only have then 70% of your profits.
Yep. Okay, but you're sort of linking very strongly the gambling to the shift.
That's just the reality.
Okay. I accept that that's true, actually. The last question, related to your examples of rules by a metre or so catching out, and you used the example of the Classic Builders house across from but of course you didn't mention on the other corner where there's a school and a primary school and a church equidistant from the site. So, it wasn't just residential, was it? In that case, that it was consideration, it was the school and the church.
Yeah, and council actually granted that consent.
Yeah.
We went and spoke with the principal at the school, and we went and spoke to the people at the Classic Builders, and I went and spoke with all the priests, and I spent about a week going around and consulting everyone. And they said, Jared, why are you here? We haven't got a problem with a TAB being established. It's four to 6 lanes of traffic across the road. Our people, our 6-year-olds in school uniforms at our Catholic school are not going to be running across 6 lanes of heavy traffic, sneaking into your TAB and playing your games.
No, I was just curious that you omitted to mention that part of the picture at the time, but never mind. Thanks.
Okay, we are out of time. We have gone over 5 minutes, so that'll be the end of the questions. Thank you, Jared, for your submission. Right, committee, we're up to submission number 21, and I'd like to invite Angela Paul to the table, and she is representing New Zealand Community Trust. Angela, 10 minutes, the bell will go at 8.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. My colleague David Stones, who looks after this part of the country, is joining me and is able to answer any questions as well as we go along. I'm just going to focus my presentation solely on the issue of relocation, as I believe that's actually what the focus of today's presentation is, and I've got 6 slides, so I'll try and whip through them at a fairly good pace. That works. So just a quick snapshot of where we are right now. New Zealand's problem gambling rate is is pretty low in terms of most of the organisations and countries around the world where gambling is monitored. We've had a problem gambling rate that hasn't changed since about 2006, and it remains consistently low at around about 0.3 to 0.7% of the entire population. That's despite a massive fall in the number of gaming machines, so the problem gambling rate is fairly consistent. We've got a wide range of problem harm minimisation initiatives in place, everything that you can ever think of that's been put in place to protect people from spending more than they wanted to has already been put in place, and the sector has been under review for many years, so that that's a constant state of new initiatives and tools being introduced, which is why relocation has actually been has come up now as something that the government has endorsed. Naturally, the industry exists in order to raise funds. We're a fundraising system, so we're NZCT is very conscious that we want to be sustainable and we want to be able to continue to raise funds for good causes throughout your community and the rest of the country. So it was the introduction of the 2013 Gambling Amendment Bill that is now requiring councils to consider a relocation. In the last 12 council hearings that I've attended or made submissions on, there's not one that I can think of that hasn't actually allowed a relocation. We've had the message from Wellington that this is something that should be considered, and most people are taking up this option because it presents some very good benefits and outcomes. So I'll just quickly run through the benefits of allowing a relocation to continue. The main thing, and probably your primary concern, is actually the benefits that it means, that it gives to players. So research has proven that it's not the number of gaming machines, but where they're located, that will have a major influence on gambling behaviour. So that message, which the research that was done by AUT, has been taken up by the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry's recommended guidelines to councils includes that information. So hence the need for all councils to now consider whether that's going to be something that's going to be offered in their community. The benefits to council are that it is actually a more effective policy tool. So I've got here a briefing paper that was given to the Minister of Internal Affairs when that legislation was being proposed. And it helps to address this issue of moving gaming machines out of highly deprived communities, and it gives you basically better options for moving gambling out of areas where you don't particularly want it to into a more suitable. So this briefing paper says that the research and analysis undertaken by the department has indicated that differing territorial authority gambling policies like sinking lids or caps have little impact on machine numbers and expenditure. So therefore, the department has proposing to make these legislative amendments, which actually obviously, as you know, went through, which will allow you to relocate. This gives you and the community an additional tool in your toolbox for managing Class 4 venues, which will give you more control over where gambling takes place, and allows gaming machines to be moved to locations that are more desirable to the community, such as central business districts and commercial zones. So that was the reasoning behind this big emphasis on allowing a relocation. It gives councils better options, and it's a more effective tool than just introducing a sinking lid, which basically just entrenches people. Now, the flaws of the current system are that the way it's currently set up, the licence is set with the physical location of a venue. So the building owner and not the gambling operator is the one that actually has most of the power. But they also don't have most of the responsibility under the Gambling Act to be a responsible gambling host. So it's a bit of an unfair advantage. There's no incentive for the the building owner to maintain or maintain a responsible gambling operator. They may hike the rents up, they may not invest in the building and the premises, and they may just let the area sort of fall into disrepute or become an unsavoury part of the community, which is not what you want, and it's also not good for the hospitality sector. Basically, it forces a gambling operator to stay where they are, which may not suit you, it may not suit the players, and the only person that really wins out of this is the actual building owner. I noticed in your current policy that one of the principles was to allow gambling to be within the city. The proposed policy allows gambling venues to move to a gambling permitted area, but not within a gambling permitted area. So if you were to align with the principles in general, you would potentially amend that so that a venue that's within a CBD area is able to move around. Now, David is our man who deals with our publicans on a daily basis and face-to-face, and we've got several examples that we've had to deal with over the last couple of years of relocations where a sensible, common-sense approach has been stymied for a lack of a relocation option. So do you want to run through some of those?
Thanks, Councillor. It's basically it's a common-sense approach. I mean, we know relocation. There's been a number of incidents out there, and one of the points we've raised is from a landlord perspective, the landlord has all the power. And there's a number of businesses out there that are now in our industry that have been crippled by the rents going up, the landlord putting rents up, and not being able to relocate, whether it's 500 metres or a K down the road. So that's a major concern from the businesses that we deal with. The other thing, obviously, is we all are aware of is our earthquake-prone buildings, and that's a major concern, and that's a living example in Wellington where people are trying to relocate and are relocating now because the policy potentially has changed. The other thing is, obviously, it's one of those things where it is common sense. I mean, we talked about landlords, we talked about fire, we talked about a live example in Hamilton is, for example, the regional council owned a property in Eastside called the Eastside Tavern. That property there was looking at redeveloping, and that publican, publican who's owned that for a number of years wanted to relocate. Under your present policy, he cannot move his 80 machines across the road or down the road, even though he's had a very successful business there for a number of years. So there's a living example that particular publican who invested a lot of time and energy into the city could not move his 80 machines. He can move his TAB licence, he can move his liquor licence, but he can't move his 80 machines if that was to continue as a building revamp and restructure. So that's a couple of three living examples of why the common sense approach for relocation is good for the council.
Basically, the upshot is, in summary, is that we've had the message from the government that this is a more useful tool than just a basic sinking lid or a cap. It provides, we get criticised sometimes for having gaming venues in highly deprived communities, but this is your, a golden opportunity to be able to change that and address that, and without losing any of the entitlements that go with the existing licence, and you're more likely to see a take-up of that if you allow relocation to continue. So clearly that's what our position would be, and we would recommend that. Happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. We've got about 3 minutes left. Councillor Mallett and then Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you. You're the second submitter that's highlighted that the reduction in machines hasn't led to a reduction in harm. Do you have any... That seems counterintuitive. Do you have any rationale?
Well, I guess it's what Jared was saying, that if someone has a gambling problem, they will seek out a machine wherever it is. So if you have a machine that's close to where they're living, potentially that's going to be a bit harder for them to break that habit. Potentially if you have your entertainment options altogether in an entertainment precinct, then they have to make more of an effort to attend to get there. There's been a lot of, I guess, concern about the number of machines, but it's not actually the number, it's the accessibility and the location that is far more important, because the number has declined dramatically and yet the gambling rate has remained the same, which is quite low still.
So that re-emphasises the point you've made, that the number of machines, i.e. the usefulness of the sinking lid, is less important than how accessible the machines are, no matter how many there are, and who has accessibility to the sensitive.
That's what the Department of Internal Affairs research proved, and it would be our contention. A sinking lid basically entrenches somebody in a community, and that's not necessarily what you would like to achieve.
No, thank you.
Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you. My question perhaps follows on, and it's around that problem gambling area. And I know that you've mentioned that range of 0.4 of 1% to 0.7. I think Jared mentioned that it had gone up from 0.4 to 0.7 of 1%. Now, and you mentioned that it was of the entire population of New Zealand.
Correct.
Is that the right stat to use, given that, you know, there's a whole bunch of people who presumably are less than 18 years of age who would not be included in that?
Oh, I think the actual research was of over 18-year-olds, adults over
Of 18-year-olds.
Yeah.
And so if we work on the basis of the information that's come through in the New Zealand context, there's about 10% who are regular gamblers of the population. Presumably that's the over 18s. So what sort of numbers are we looking at within that, presumably within that 10% are where the problem gamblers are? Do we have some idea of the actual numbers? And is it of concern that perhaps it might have doubled?
I think I actually, without digging around in my papers, I haven't got the exact answer off the top of my head. It was two different bits of research with two different sample sizes and two different age brackets. That's why there's two different. It's not
right, by the ranges.
Yeah. So two bits of information. I mean, these research projects take a long time to complete and be published, and within 1 year we had two, but they had slightly different results. So it's 0.3 to 0.7, but it was two different age brackets and two different sample sizes. So I could pass on the research to you after this, but I haven't got the information exactly.
But do we have any idea of numbers? Do we have a number of New Zealanders who would fit into that category? And
I don't have an exact number, sorry, for you.
Thank you.
Final question, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks. You've talked about exploitive property owners. Do you have any examples of that in Hamilton where rentals have been ratcheted up? And I thought there was an arbitration or mediation process to ensure market rents. Any Hamilton examples?
Yeah, no, I've got no Hamilton examples, but there's certain examples in Wanganui, Wellington, and in Plymouth that has been a result of landlords being a little bit greedy. Yes, there is an arbitrary process you can go through, but at the end of the day, the industry is going through a hardship at present times, and there's always a debate on increases of rents, and unfortunately, the tenants have had to pay the rents or move out.
I thought under the arbitration process, the tenant could then go and seek a rental valuation, and the property owner could get a professional valuation, and ultimately the two parties come together to agree a fair market rent.
Yeah, that is the law, and that can happen. Unfortunately, if you want to maintain at that location and there's outward pressure of other tenants wanting to get in there, there is a concern. So you're certainly at the favouritism of the landlord.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much for your submission, taking the time to talk to us today.
Thank you.
Right, committee, we're on to submission number 31. And I'd like to invite Richard Wall from Waikato District Health Board up. Welcome, Richard. Good morning. And Richard, as you know, you have 10 minutes and the bell will go at 8 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Richard Wall. I'm one of the medical officers of health for the region. And this is my colleague, Kay Christensen, who's one of our policy analysts. So we did have a presentation, but I think we got it to you too late, so we'll just have to talk to it. Do you want to?
Thank you, Richard. Thank you for the opportunity. And I guess I just want to start with that. Certainly for public health, we value local council as a key stakeholder because our public health gains often sit in the decisions that you make exactly in these types of forums. But we also want to recognise and acknowledge that gambling behaviour is complex, and the extent of gambling harm and its causes and solutions often evokes these polarised debates, and it makes decision making really difficult. And then we add into the mix the over-reliance on industry profits, and you know that definitely conflicts with making good public health progress. So that's kind of the stance that we're coming from. So our service, we continue to advocate for policies that provide those opportunities to make public health progress. And we're also advocating for policies that align strongly to the city's other key plans and strategies to minimise the harm caused by gambling over time. And we know that council has that statutory ability to influence the outcome of gambling over time. So our service continues to advocate for a true sinking lid policy where neither machine nor venue is replaced and surrendered. And we are, in this submission, asking council not to consider a relocation policy. We are asking council to show leadership by not applying for funds derived from Class 4 gambling. And we are asking council to consider a no new TA board venue policy stance and to adopt that.
So Hamilton City already provides extensive 24-hour gambling opportunities. There are 30 approved venues for pokie machines with 457 non-casino pokie machines. In addition to that, we have the casino with 339 pokie machines. In terms of spending on gambling, nationally the spend remains relatively constant at about $2 billion. In Hamilton, more than $20 million per annum is spent on non-casino pokies. Now, they must return 40% of their proceeds back to the community. We also have, as I mentioned, this casino pokies which aren't required to return funds to the community. So the trouble is there's no legal requirement under the Gambling Act for the proceeds to go back to the community that they came from. So money may potentially be obtained from poorer communities that isn't necessarily put back into those same communities. So again, within Hamilton, between January 2013 and December 2014, $13.3 million was returned to Hamilton from gaming machines. And of that, Hamilton City Council apparently received $195,000, or approximately that, in the same period.
Sorry, what was that thing?
Hamilton City Council received $195,000 approximately during that period. So this forms part of the complexity of the gambling argument. There's various groups that we've heard have become fairly reliant on this funding, and that can be a problem in determining policy direction, putting pressure on maintaining gambling. And obviously, gambling money can be potentially used for good causes, but at what cost? And the adverse effects of gambling far outweigh the benefits, with many communities experiencing significant financial loss. So we think it's really important for council to show leadership in that area by not applying for funds from Class 4 gambling. The harm caused by gambling, trying to measure that is difficult. There's many more people who are adversely impacted by gambling than those accessing services for problem gamblers. So there's an estimated current problem gambling level of 0.7%, as we've heard, are problem gamblers. So within the Hamilton area, that accounts for 735 people. But problem gamblers aren't the only people harmed. So we also have 1.7% who are classified as moderate risk gamblers, which is another 1,800 people. 5% are considered low risk gamblers, but still potentially have some harm. So that's another 5,000 people. 11.5% experience harm from gambling by having arguments related to this, so that's 12,000 people. And another 8% went without something that they needed because of gambling, so that's another 8,500 people. So in total in Hamilton, this represents more than 28,000 people who are in some way impacted negatively by gambling. But gambling harm, of course, affects more than just those who are doing the gambling. It also affects their families and their communities. And the harm is significant. There's obviously crime, family breakdown, loss of jobs, social isolation, domestic violence, children missing out on things because money's spent elsewhere, children being left in vehicles while people gamble. And there are inequalities in gambling. Problem gambling rates are three times higher for Maori than for non-Maori, and Pacific people have 4 times higher rates of problem gambling. And rates in lower socioeconomic groups are also higher. In terms of people seeking help for their gambling in the year for 2013 and 2014, there were 12,600 clients seeking help nationally. Of those people, people say that pokies continue to be the primary mode of gambling that these problem gamblers who are seeking help report. And there's a pattern of increasing presentations for help but an unchanged prevalence of gambling, and that suggests that there are more people who need help who are seeking it.
Thank you. Yeah, so I guess it's just sort of trying to sort of unravel that complexity of the various conflicting areas that come into this gambling argument. And but we know from the recent Department of Internal Affairs sting on casinos and Class 4 venues that there was a spectacular failure of 86%. There were 3 Class 4 venues visited in Hamilton, and those 3 failed. And there were 2 visits also conducted to the casino, and those also failed to pick up signs of harm. So we know that that's not, entirely a reliable factor. We know that the DIA are working with various bodies to improve that compliance around their host responsibility. And again, that's good news for us because we're looking to progress that public health opportunity. So, so I guess the thing with pokies is that it is a continuous form of gambling. It offers an opportunity to create rapid, repeated cycles of risking money, getting winnings, risking money, getting winnings, and so on and so forth. So that applies not only to the pokies but also to the horse racing. Also, gambling crime is predominantly monetary. A study showed that about 10,000 people committed illegal activities because of gambling. KPMG do a biennial fraud survey, which they've been doing since 2008. And this may be also something, we've also been in contact with Chamber of Commerce to actually see what extent gambling fraud may be occurring in Hamilton businesses. And what they found was that in 2008, the common motivator of fraud with an average value of 1.1 million per incident was due to gambling. In 2012, the 2012 survey was similar around that same amount, and in 2000, and I think the next survey on from that showed actually more than 2 million per average incident. So, so we know that there is that, that monetary fraud occurring. But pretty much, look, in conclusion, we recognise that gambling behaviour is complex. We recognise it's a polarising debate. We know that there's over-reliance on gambling industries. Our role is to progress meaningful public health results in reducing gambling harm over time. And so therefore we ask not to consider a relocation policy. We ask Council to show leadership by not applying for funds derived from Class 4 gambling, and to adopt a new TAB board venue stance. And also to ask Council just to strongly align this policy with your other policies, like with your Hamilton City Vision, with your social wellbeing strategy, with the draft transformation plan that's just been currently out for consultation, and just align those policies to get the strongest possible policy response you can across those key policies that impact on health and wellbeing of the population.
Right, thank you. I've got three elected members that want questions. Can you keep them brief, please, or we'll run at a time? Councillor Mallett, then McPherson, then Kelly.
Thank you.
Time.
A couple of the previous submitters have shown us evidence that even given a reduction in machines, there has been an increase, or certainly not a reduction in problem gambling. Does that suggest that reducing machines is certainly not the only answer and possibly a wasted effort?
I think it suggests that that gambling is a much more complex issue than just what that data shows. That there's a lot of factors or variables at play in it. But we can only do what we can do, and one of the things we can do is we can reduce the number of gaming machines over time, and that there is evidence to suggest that does.
There's clearly not a link, though, between the number of machines and gambling, is there?
For those few spots in time, that's correct. But
this is over a decade.
Other studies are clearly showing that there is a link. So it's a debatable thing, but there's clearly much more involved than just the numbers or the density.
And I guess that my second point would be: is there a better tool in the toolkit, and that might be location, which is where perhaps more of our effort should go to, rather than something that, to a layman, and I'm a layman in this thing, it just looks as clear. From the period of time from about 2003 to 2015, 34% reduction in machines, and yet the problem gambling went up a wee bit and stabilised. So clearly the number of machines...
So that's looking at problem gambling. Obviously there's a much wider range of harm than just problem gambling, and it's also looking at snapshots in time, which isn't necessarily, with different survey methods, which isn't necessarily a meaningful way of looking at it. So you need to look at the bigger picture than that. But it's our...
You're comfortable with those stats? They're similar to what you've... So they haven't just made some figures up out of the air?
No, those are figures from surveys that have been,
Thank you.
But certainly it's our belief that reducing the numbers overall is going to be a more successful way of reducing harm than relocating to somewhere else and not getting rid of the numbers.
Okay, Councillor McPherson, microphone, reminder.
Of course, the figures before 2003, where there was probably a 10-fold increase in the decade before that, if not a 12-fold increase in machine numbers, showed a commensurate increase in problem gambling, didn't it? Before 2003, there was quite a strong link between numbers and, there's a nod there. You mentioned the 5 failed visits, your word failure, in the DIA sting of casinos and non-casino sites in Hamilton just recently. What's your I don't understand what did they fail at, and what did they do that was not right?
So the sting operation, this was instigated through the Department of Interior Affairs, and they put various people through the gambling venues for, I think, periods of up to 10 hours, maybe longer, who were showing visible signs of gambling harm. So they could be things like body language, where there might be moving hands or other types of expressions of frustration, sighing to the machine, talking to it, coaxing it to win.
Actors.
Did the machines talk back at all?
They were, well, who knows?
Yeah.
And sort of rudeness and shortness of staff, or maybe indicating, oh, look, I really need to go, but look, I'm just about ready to get the jackpot before I'm going to, put another $10 in, or maybe making statements that, oh, look, I'm speeding my lead now. So there were all of these cues that were clear signals to staff that host responsibility practices needed to be kept.
So it was the host responsibility element of the licensee that wasn't being followed.
Correct.
Okay.
And so of those 5 visits, including 2 to the casino, I think the DA has failed spectacularly.
Failed spectacularly, okay. One last question on the NZCT submission. They made a point that we ought to be encouraging shifting of venues, or have policy that encourage shifting of venues from low socioeconomic areas that wouldn't have qualified had they not been in place before 2003 into the ones where you can sort of manage the harm in a precinct way sort of better. Would you support that outcome? If not, I don't know what the policy tool exactly is to do that.
Look, I guess we understand where the Act is heading in terms of providing an opportunity to correct historic placement of their residents. And we know that Māori and Pacific are disproportionately impacted because they disproportionately reside in those areas. So this was a tool to provide council to move these venues out and sort of clean it up. Look, and in principle it sounds great. There are a couple of things that you can't restrict the number of machines taken tonight, that they will take the existing number of machines with them. And then also with the do you want 800 vaping machines in the city? When they were starting to create clusters. And look, we know that there is no quick fix, but again, our population health stance is that we continue to support something that will neither be nor machines replaced as surrendered. So over time, harm will be reduced from gambling. And and there is merit in all of the arguments, and we absolutely acknowledge that the conflict and how that impacts on decision making. But that is the stance that we continue to advocate for.
Thank you.
Right, sorry, elected members, we have gone well over time. Thank you to the DHB for coming and presenting to us today. Committee, as requested by some of you, we're just going to take a quick 9-minute break for a morning tea till 11:10, and then we'll reconvene.
And I had a really interesting question.
I had no.
Submission number 74, and presenting for Grassroots Trust is Tim Wood and Martin Bradley. I'd like to invite you up to the table. Just could I ask, I've been told that we can't hear the submitters, so just make sure you move those mics around, and if you can, I know you have to lean forward quite a bit, but please try and speak into them. And you've got 10 minutes and the bell will go at 8. Are they? Yeah. Thank you, Councillor. Right,
Okay.
we're in your hands.
Thank you. My name's Tim Wood. I'm representing Grassroots Trust. Martin Bradley is also with me. He's the chairman of Grassroots Trust. As most of you will be aware, we are a local gaming machine operator in Hamilton. We have a strong presence here. Some 8 venues that fall under the Hamilton City Council authority, and a larger number that fall under the Greater Waikato, with 23 venues in total that we operate. In our financial year ending March 15, Grassroots Trust granted $7.2 million to community groups. Just under 4.4 million of that came back into Hamilton City region to various different organisations. Just a couple of facts I want to point out and emphasise as well. Just outside of game machine grants that we make to community groups and sports organisations, Gaming Trust also paid a large portion in tax to the government. So some $5.3 million was paid to the government in taxes just from Grassroots Trust alone for the 12 months ending March this year. So obviously those taxes have a significant impact on the running of this country also. Just some of the organisations that benefit from Grassroots Trust. In recent times, Balloons Over Waikato, Child Matters, Hamilton City Christmas Parade Charitable Trust, Waikato Community Hospice, Netball Waikato, Waikato Youth Empowerment Trust, Hamilton Garden Arts Festival and True Colours, and the Order of St John. All good organisations that do an excellent job in our community. I do want to focus as well on specifically the relocation policy that Hamilton are proposing to change. It's our view that it should remain as is now, where we do have the ability to relocate venues within the city, as long as they meet the relocation criteria. And also a point I will make is that not every venue will relocate. Some venues may just close and not relocate. It's not about every venue wanting to move if their lease is coming to an end or they're going out of business. Some venues just may close and not be re-established. And under the current policy, which is sinking lid, they may not be able to. In terms of what impact it does have from a community funding point of view, at the moment there's an average 18 machine venue in Hamilton has an average revenue of about $17,000 a week. So if one of those closes on an annual basis, it's a loss of about $313,000 to the community in Hamilton. So on a weekly terms, that's $23,000 per week that won't be available in terms of community grants. The law actually has recently been changed, obviously, to allow relocations and allow venues to retain their 18 machines as part of that relocation. Essentially, Hamilton changing their policy is inconsistent with the Gambling Act, which obviously does allow for venues to relocate and retain the number of machines that they're operating at their venue. There are a number of valid reasons why venues want to relocate, and in most cases it's around lease requirements or the redevelopment of a lot of venues. There are a number of venues now that certainly taverns that are sitting on, I guess, valuable real estate. That real estate has been developed, and your local tavern or pub now needs to move as a result of that, and in most cases into smaller venues that probably don't have the car parking space that the older taverns used to have. So there are valid reasons why a number of venues are moving. Obviously, Christchurch is an example where a natural disaster can also cause the relocation of venues. Some premises may not ever be built again. In terms of problem gambling, I just wanted to clarify something that was spoken about by the previous submitter, is that there was a mystery shopper that was run by the Department of Internal Affairs, and there were some figures that were quoted before. The mystery shopper campaign was fundamentally flawed in terms of the process that they went through. They had a person visit a venue that had never visited the venue before. They stayed there for 1.5 to 2 hours and spent $40. So they may have shown some signs of problem gambling. The way that we train venue operators is that they observe that behaviour, they make a note of that behaviour. If that behaviour becomes consistent on the second or third visit, that is when they intervene and they take action. So they had one person that had never visited the venue before, spent $40 and spend 1.5 to 2 hours at the venue. So unfortunately, the information that's been circulated out there it's blown that out of proportion. So I just wanted to clarify that fact. I am regurgitating some of the stuff that's already been spoken about, but there is no correlation between the number of gaming machines that we operate and problem gambling, and statistics show that. In terms of total revenue, Class 4 gaming machine revenue has been on a decline since 2004, and in 2014 it was a total of $806 million spent, down from its peak of over $100 million in 2004. So there's been quite a substantial decrease in gaming machine revenue over the last 10 years. And only 38% of current gaming expenditure is from Class 4 gaming machines. In terms of problem gambling, Class 4 gaming operators are obligated to ensure that we train our venues and make sure they have the resources and the skills to manage problem gamblers and to intervene and take the appropriate action. So it's a requirement. When we are given a licence, it's a requirement that we must fulfil those objectives, and we do. Venues are regularly trained. When we have something like the mystery shopper campaign, where someone spends 1.5 to 2 hours in the venue, and that information is used in the public sector. It doesn't paint a correct picture of the work that actually goes in at a venue level to ensuring that we are intervening with people that need help for problem gambling. There's a number of resources available at a venue level. The extent of the training that is delivered to venue operators and venue staff is significant and ongoing, and in our view probably industry leading and globally in terms of what we do to intervene at a venue level. So I'm happy to take any questions, but our view is that we would strongly encourage the council to retain the status quo and keep the relocation policy as it stands now.
Thank you, Martin. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I'll answer any questions though.
Okay, so we have some questions. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. Tim, could you just expand on the comment you said that our policy conflicts with the Gambling Act?
Yeah, so the Gambling Act was recently changed to allow the relocation of venues. It wasn't previously in the Gambling Act. So the law says that you can relocate a venue and you can retain the number of machines that you're operating at the venue at the time of relocation. So if you have an 18-machine venue, you can relocate 18 machines. If you only have a 9 one,
so just to be clear, but a local authority can be more restrictive than that policy. Okay, so
correct.
Okay, thank you. Do you accept the concept of I think the term is sensitive areas where a higher degree of protection could be required in terms of availability of gambling?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. There are certain pockets and communities where game machines are situated that we have to be more vigilant in terms of how we operate, the training that we deliver to the venues, the
Or
demographic.
even that there should not be a venue in that sort of place?
I-
Because that's part of our policy, isn't it? That there are some areas that we
Yep,
don't think
yep.
they should be at all.
That's right. And I believe there's some flaws with that in terms of the way that the population growth is happening in Hamilton, which is all heading out towards Rotorua and North Hamilton. The policy doesn't allow for gaming machines to be established in that region at the moment. But it's not a highly deprived suburb of Hamilton. But yet, a tavern can't open and have gaming machines in there. And gaming machines, in most cases, in a tavern environment, are part of the total entertainment package. Te Rapa Tavern was an example of that when it relocated. It's part of the package that they have as a tavern. It's part of the experience of going there.
Okay. And my last one, thank you, Angela. Is it your contention that the evidence about the mystery shopper, that the actual behaviours exhibited by the mystery shopper probably didn't even reach a level whereby, I mean, spending $40, being there for an hour and a half, didn't reach the level that would probably trigger an intervention anyway, or close? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, there wasn't a long enough period or a repeated period of the person showing those signs.
Because it's the first time they'd ever shown up, they were there for an hour and a half and they only spent $40.
Correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just really quickly, when you said, and further to Gary's question of that our policy was inconsistent with the Gambling Act, I want to make a check with you. It seems abundantly clear to me that the Gambling Act allows for relocation and requires council to consider it, but does not require council to allow relocation necessarily. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thanks. Grassroots Trust, you mentioned the number of groups they supported. All good, we'd all support them, I'm sure. You were set up, though, primarily, weren't you, to support rugby clubs in the Waikato and King Country areas?
Yes.
And what's the proportion of grants that go to rugby now as opposed to all the rest?
Okay.
From grassroots?
Sure. Yes, Grassroots Trust was established in 2003 by the Waikato Rugby Union, and it was set up initially to fund amateur rugby in the Waikato region. It's come a long way since 2003, and it's moved on from just funding rugby. And I think last year, outside of the 7.2 million, including the 7.2 million that Grassroots granted, about 1.5 of that went to Waikato Rugby.
And the rest to others?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned the problem with Rotorua as an example of not allowing it, and that's not because it's Rotorua, is it? It's because there is no area of sufficiently large, 5 hectares or larger, no shopping precinct that could then qualify under our policy for allowing pokie bars.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry, were you aware?
No. I mean, but given where population is heading in Hamilton in terms of growth, there's nothing available for those people that.
But there is
are in
a
that community.
new Rotorua town centre that will be sufficient size potentially to allow that, is there?
Okay.
Yeah, you're not, okay.
Okay, I'm not aware of that.
Yeah.
So you're suggesting that the policy could change to
Well, no,
allow.
the policy allows it when there is an area of sufficient size.
Okay.
A shopping precinct, if you like, of sufficient size.
Right.
So
Okay.
note that down for the future.
I will. Thank you.
Just letting you know.
Are there any further questions? Okay, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today. Right, we're on to our last submission committee. This is submission number 78. So I'd like to invite Eru Loach from Problem Gambling Foundation of New Zealand to the table. Good morning, Eru. And you have 10 minutes. The bell will go at 8. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou, ko te tūtai mi atu ki te wia o Waikato, me te kingitanga, nō reira kia rātou, tēnā koutou katoa. Me hoki ki a koutou i te kaunirea o kirikiri roa, mihi atu i tēnei ata. E mea nui me o koutou whakaaro e mātauranga i tēnei kaupapa, nā te mea ko te ora o te iwi, nō reira tēnā koutou. Firstly, I just wanted to acknowledge the Waikato iwi and the kingitanga, and secondly, I wanted to acknowledge all of you. You've got an important task, but overall, It's about the well-being of people here. We've certainly heard a number of submissions in relation to the financial aspect and how much goes back and whatnot. All well and good. That stuff is legislated. We know that. There's a certain percentage that must go back in Class 4 community funding. And at this stage, it's around 40%. They're looking at going up to 42%, as I'm aware, and a certain percentage up to, or minimum of 80%, must go back to the region, not necessarily the district, but the region. So it's good to hear the earlier presenters talking about how much is going back to the community. Excellent. So it should, as it always should have been. One day, hopefully, we can get more go back instead of the percentage that where it currently sits. So I guess some of the things that I've been listening to, some of the earlier speakers, and I guess the highlights for being the last speaker, as you get to, if I was a lawyer, like, where's my esteemed colleague? Is he still here, Jared? It's, come take a seat. And it's funny, Jared says that. Him and I agree on so many things, and there are a few things where our lens is a little different. And I think the big thing for me is that it's the focus for the council. And I know in looking at the fact sheet in particular about, the purpose and why you're here, and it's about reducing the harm minimisation, the impact on your people that live here. It has nothing to do with the money. And I say that, and I'll use as an example, if I was someone at a significant end of problem gambling, and I had lost my relationship with my wife, if my house, the mortgage was gone, and I'd been in this space for some time, and I had $40 in my pocket, I didn't want to go to my regular pub, so I went to somewhere where it wasn't a regular, and I was there for an hour and a half, and I lost my last money there. But I exhibited some signs that a problem gambler may exhibit, and no one fronted me up. That could tip me over the edge because that was my last hope. So when I hear a submission saying, actually, our policies and the way we train our staff doesn't fit, that's not good enough for me. And I say that because I've come from a policing background, and I've been in this particular sector in health promotion and public health for 7 to 8 years now. And I see the people that come through our doors. I hear the stories. I know the suicides that exist. I know 2 people personally that, within my policing aspect, which is, I left the police in 2007. So this was prior to that. And nothing was done to address it. So when we talk about community funding and where that sits as a council and trying to make a good fit for our community, that's always going to be there. So I would hope that you look at the wider aspect, the long-term goal for your communities here in the wider Hamilton district and leading out. I think what happened earlier in relation to the 5 Crossroads was a great lead, not only for here in Hamilton, but for other councils, because I personally was not aware around what was, where the TAB sat and so forth until then. And I've been to many submission hearings with Jared. I just didn't realise. So I'm glad that, Section 33, Jared? Yeah. I'm glad that that's been introduced. Now we need to start focusing on the people again. Let's focus on the people, not the profit. Profit will always be there by community funding, and we can't change that. So I think some of the key things that you wanted to, the key messages for you as a council were whether we retain our sinking lid, and do we make it a strong sinking lid by not allowing relocations, because you can't have both. A sinking lid means it's capped out at the maximum, and if a venue closes for whatever reason, it has gambling machines, then the maximum number drops with that. That's why it sinks. If you have a relocation, then you can't have a sinking lid. It's one or the other. And relocation is only something that needs to be considered. It's not compulsory. And I would hope that when you're talking about, if you're in a higher deprivation, and we know that there are more significant issues in high deprivation areas throughout the whole country, and moving them from one place to another, it seems like, by all accounts, a better fit. I'm not disagreeing with that. But like Jared had said, they'll just move from one, they'll go from, if they're not gambling there, they'll just move and go gamble somewhere else. What you need to do is reduce the numbers, and I hear some discussions around there's no evidence. Well, I'll challenge that. And if you look through our submission, you'll see there's plenty of evidence and where to find that research. And likewise, where they're located, without a doubt, sure, let's take them out of those areas, but not just moving them. Moving them doesn't reduce the harm. The harm has just been moved out of the immediate area. But the number of machines stays the same. And it's considering those wider aspects in relation to sinking lid, it's definitely what we as an organisation push for, and we will continue to do so. There's been, and continue to be, a number of councils, I think there's around 17, that have good, strong sinking lids in the country. You're not alone going down this pathway. And all we'd hope is that you continue to do so by considering, it's one of the things that have been discussed today, relocation, sure. A lot of discussion, a lot of information, but opinions don't cut it. You need to understand where the harm is happening and why it occurs. And I think from a layman's point of view, as you mentioned earlier, Council, it's just common sense. You don't need to be someone with a master's or doctorate to understand, and reducing that in time, that's going to affect. When you look at the total amount of gaming, I won't even say gaming because they're not games, they're gambling because there's money involved. It's framed up a certain way because, well, I'm not going down that path, right? So they're gambling machines. When you've got that many in our country and you reduce a small percentage over that whole length of time, where they're measuring that is the amount of presentations, people that, front up for support. One of the concerns around that is that there's a lot of shame and stigma for individuals to front up about their gambling issues, because how it's been framed up in our country is that a person controls their gambling, and if they want to spend it on poker machines or whatever, that's their choice. Unfortunately, these machines aren't designed that way. They're designed to get people hooked. They're not a choice easily made. And so if how the measuring stick around presentations is about a person has to go and front up to a counsellor that they have some gambling issues, it's not an easy thing, because in their perception, the public, friends and family and others, co-workers, will see them as someone who makes poor decisions. Look at the financial strife they're in. Look at their relationship. Well, that's just not true. There's more involved. It is not a simple black and white, as Jared had mentioned, and others have. There are a lot of factors involved here. Poverty is one of the significant issues. You looked at the deprivation levels in the country, you look at the communities that are overrepresented in those levels, and you compare them against the people that front up for problem gambling services for support, they're almost identical. And whether they're causative or not is something that you as a council will have to dig deep within your own selves and ask yourself, have we done the best thing in our current policy? Do we need to do more to ensure that the people in our communities are safe? Because the numbers and the figures will always be there because they're legislated. The people coming through the doors, it's another thing. Are we keeping them well? Thank you.
Right, thank you. We're going to questions. Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, thanks, Chair. My question, and I'm quite confused over this, is trying to get my head around the numbers of people who are seriously affected. And we looked at earlier stats of 0.4 to 0.7%, of 1%, who are what they term problem gamblers. The submitters from the DHB indicated 28,000 people in Hamilton were adversely affected, which is about 19% of our city's population. Yeah. You haven't touched on any stats at all, but are there stats around that tell us, are we dealing with large numbers of people who are problem gamblers, or are we looking at a small fraction of the 10% in the report that suggests that of those people who are continuous or regular gamblers?
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. And the reason why I don't talk much about the numbers in relation to presentations, because I'm not a counsellor. I don't work with individuals one-on-one. But I think some of the information that you'll see is a percentage when you're looking at a percentage of all of New Zealanders. Or even if it was the percentages that were shown or provided were only for 18-year-olds and older, not everyone goes and plays, whether it be the pokie machines and classical venues. And so it's being mindful that the statistics may be considered not to the mark of actually what you're after. If your percentage is looking this wide, but actually what you pointed out earlier, not everyone goes and plays the pokie machines. And so when you look at that percentage, and then you look at the figures that are presenting for support, it's a fairly significant amount, which are included in my submission. I think one of the other things in particular in relation to that, about the presentations, we only have so many problem gambling services in New Zealand. Hamilton's been hit hard. Our organisation, as some of you may know, had a judicial review with the Ministry of Health. In that period of time, we lost staff, and we weren't able to replace staff members, counsellors. So within Hamilton alone, so I'm not talking generally outside of, we had a skeleton staff to look after people fronting through our doors. Having come from the police, what I can talk about too around that is that around crime especially, family violence in particular, people don't front up for family violence. And at that stage, it was around, I think it was around the 7th event, family violence incident that they'd gone through. And that was at best. So up until then, individuals didn't want to front up for support because there was a lot of factors involved. For example, family, finances, all those things. Likewise with gambling, individuals don't front up for support. One, because they either don't have access to services, and there are lots of places in New Zealand like that, aside from the 0800 number for problem gambling support. So what does it mean for people coming through our doors? We are always going to be underreported. So the figures and statistics, they are at the very low end at best. The reality is people don't access support, and that's just because of the nature and the shame of gambling.
Do you think Hamilton's in an upper or lower quartile insofar as the stats might suggest when compared with the rest of the country?
Oh, I couldn't even comment on that. And because we only have very few services and counsellors available. But again, you have so many gambling opportunities here in relation to the number of machines, venues, accessibility, and on top of that, a casino. So as a council, it's not an easy task that you have today. There's lots of information that you've all gone through. And I just hope that over and above everything, that you look at the well-being of the people, because they're the ones that are going to be here well beyond us sitting around this table in this place. And those are the ones we need to ensure that you leave a legacy behind and lead out as a council.
Thanks, Eru.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Mallett.
Yes, thanks. You mentioned the 5 Crossroads decision
Yes.
that we took some months ago, and that was to not allow an existing business to become a TAB venue. Do you think that Council's decision made any difference? Still the same business, still operating in the same way, to the same people? Have you noticed any difference yourself?
There's a couple of things that came from that. Firstly, the community funding at that stage anyway would continue as it was, because the machines were owned by a gambling society. And secondly, in relation to the council themselves, you stood your ground. And if the community funding was a driving force behind that, good for you. You stood your ground at the expense of a place that didn't have alcohol in it. Yeah, sure, I know that's a factor and needs to be considered. However, what the ideal would have been that a venue would have closed. If that particular venue operator was struggling with finances and the rent had gone up and those sort of things, then hey, maybe that place needs to close. But that wasn't the case. There was an opportunity for TAB to take over the lease, and I think the outcome, what it did for throughout the whole country, was raised awareness. And I don't know whether the legislation change was as a result of that, because we know legislation can be changed in the blink of an eye and with our government, but the outcome in relation to community funding is better than what it was.
Councillor Mallett.
Thanks, Era, for your submission. I assume, and this is not a trick question, I assume you want to help. And helping is not doing big, bold gestures, it's doing things that actually work. The only evidence we've had presented to us regarding the relationship between the number of poker machines and the incidence of problem gambling is that there is no link. In fact, bizarrely, the number of machines went down and the incidences went up a little bit. So I guess we're all in the same boat. You know, that heart-rendering stuff about guys losing their houses, families, wives, all that sort of stuff because they can't stop. None of us want that, and none of us think that's the right thing to do. But we need, you know, because we're not, well, most of us here aren't in a pub gambling every day, so we don't see it all the time. So we need evidence to prove that what we're going to do will make some difference and help. And I guess the only evidence we've got so far that fits that criteria has been that sort of stuff, and also evidence that the location is as important as the number, and maybe even more important than the number of machines. So would you like to just sort of comment on that? Or?
Oh, look, I don't doubt that the location is important, and especially taking, allowing venues to be able to move out of high deprivation areas, for example. I think that is the lesser of the best policy, which is a sinking lid. I mean, we can hear things about
but the sinking lid. The evidence suggests that the numbers doesn't make a difference.
But it actually does. It's the better of the two, because not only does it reduce the numbers, it's actually removing it from a venue as well. So it's the best of both worlds. And when we're talking about data, I know how important data is to make significant decisions. I had spoken with one of the inspectors here in Hamilton in relation to the police. Would they be interested in coming along and providing a submission? They had no data in relation to gambling harm and the work that they do, and he was in a position where he couldn't speak on behalf of the police because their processes don't allow that. So we've been working strongly to get information on the family violence incident report, because that report's been around, for years and years. There is nothing on there asking the question, is there any gambling harm going on? End result, no, it's not identified, and no support systems are put in place. If he had that information and had data to bring to the table, he would have came here and fronted up and said, this is the data we have. These are systems issues that exist within our own police. So I accept, and I know the importance of data, but there comes a time when we know that the police attend a number of incidents, offences, aside from ones that are clearly identified, like fraud, for example. Family violence, for example, significant issue. They admit that, but they don't have hard data because of their systems. So I hear what you're saying in relation to the data and the importance of it, but sometimes it's about common sense, and you just know it exists without the data to back that, and believe in your own opinion.
Okay, thank you, Era. I'm going to have to stop you there. I need to be fair to all submitters time-wise, so thank you very much for taking the time to talk to us today.
Pleasure.
Right, that concludes our submitters speaking to the committee today. For those of you in the public gallery, you are welcome to stay and listen to questions of staff now, and then committee will move into discussion and debate. So you're welcome to stay for that. So committee report starts on page 5. I'm going to take questions for Aaron and Deborah on the entirety of the report, and you have in there, of course, the staff report, the statement of proposal, the draft policies and the analysis. And Councillor McPherson, you can do questions first, and then I'll go to Her Worship the Mayor.
I've got a question actually arises out of a couple of Gary's questions.
I'm a catalyst, aren't I?
There are only staff to answer them.
You're always a catalyst for debate, Gary. I would like staff to dig out of our files the information that was presented to the initial HCC gambling policy workings, which was a whole lot of meetings prior to our very first policy, I think in 2005, the first year we had it, that showed the historical pre-2003 link between numbers of machines, or the growth in numbers of machines and the growth in presentations of problem gambling. I mean, so I'm not, if that's clear to staff, there was quite a lot of evidence presented at that time, both done by staff and also presented by submitters at that time.
Aaron's nodding that information can be circulated.
Because I think what we've seen today, and Gary's quite right in saying we've only seen the stuff relating...
Can you pull your microphone down?
Oh, sorry. We've only seen stuff evidence relating to location, but all of the evidence we've been seeing today is post-2003. I think there is some historical stuff that shows why the Act was set up and why our initial policy was created.
Okay, can we hear from staff on that?
So we can
point?
endeavour to try and source that information. There will be some challenges with that due to some of the time that's passed since then, and be able to source some of that, I imagine, but we would endeavour to try and find that.
I was around that time. You could interview me, Aaron.
Totally
Okay,
impartial.
thank you. Of course. Your Worship.
Thanks very much. So I've got a number of questions, if that's okay, and I want to focus on relocation, and specifically I'm looking at paragraph 27, page 7 of the report, and option B, the draft policy, page 54. So I just need to get clear here about the current policy we have. What are the rules around relocation for the existing policy we've got? Just to summarise for us, so that we're clear what the current position is. I've read the policy, I mean, we've all got it, but just in layman's terms, what's the situation?
So in the current policy, where a society undertakes to permanently close an existing Class 4 gambling venue as part of an application for a new venue consent, they can either A, undertake to surrender the existing venue licence for their venue that will cease to have gambling machines, and B, can ensure to Council's satisfaction that a new Class 4 venue licence will not be able to be obtained by any society within 6 months of surrendering an existing venue licence under clause 5.2 of the current policy, and C, that the application meets all other provisions of the policy.
Yeah, no, I can read that, sorry Aaron, but just in layman's terms, what's the situation? Can clubs, bars with machines, can they relocate them under the existing policy?
Yes.
Yes. What are the circumstances in which they can do that?
The circumstances are outlined in the policy. That can be either the merger of clubs.
Right, so clubs can merger and they can take their machines with them to one location?
They could take the merger to one location, yes.
And that could be a new location?
That could be a new location under the current policy.
Okay. Can an existing bar or whatever close, take their machines and go to a new one, like the Te Rapa Tavern?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the current policy is you can relocate?
Correct.
Okay, and you can relocate within one of the permitted areas?
That's correct.
Can you relocate if you're outside the permitted areas currently? Can you relocate, or do you have to relocate into a permitted area?
If you are outside the gambling permitted area, which we have 7 venues in that case, you can locate into a gambling permitted area.
And you can take all your machines with you?
You can, under the current legislation, you can take the...
Current policy?
Sorry, the current policy, you can take your machines with you, yes.
There's no cap on the number of machines
There
you
is
can take?
a cap in the policy of 24. Some venues have a consent of less machines than that.
Okay, all right. Okay, so in the new policy, option B I'm looking at, the draft. And I'm looking at clause 4, because I think that covers it, right? Page 54. So under that draft, the way I'm reading that, I think it's the way submitters have interpreted it, is that clubs can merge and they can go to a new location in the gambling permitted area, but it has to be not a brand new one. It's got to be where there is an existing gambling activity. Have I got that right?
That is correct. It's in the proposed policy.
Yeah, in the B one.
Option B, correct.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a bit different to what we've currently got.
That is correct.
Okay. The way I read this draft as well, that a venue that's existing in the gambling permitted area cannot relocate to another area in the gambling permitted area.
That is correct. That was an option that was proposed to Council on the 7th of July, but wasn't an option that Council considered for the statement or proposal.
Okay, so if I'm reading this right and listening to submissions, I think that's the way it's all been interpreted. So in some ways, this relocation clause in option B is more restrictive than the current policy.
That is correct. That is the two,
Yep.
A and B are both more restrictive.
Yeah, I'm looking at B. I understand A. Okay, all right. Okay. I just want to get clear on the number of machines if you relocate. So that's, again, in B. I'm looking at page 54, clause 9B. 9, under option B. So just for clarity again, is that's the same as the existing policy?
So since the current policy, we have the amendment to the Act,
Yeah.
and some of the submitters have mentioned that.
Yeah, they have.
Which it means that the current policy is inconsistent with the new legislation. So the current policy
Yes, that's
has,
right.
has a number of 9 venues, if you're going to.
Yes, I read that. So these drafts have now been brought into line with the Act.
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. And our policy is representative of the Act or more restrictive than the Act? These drafts?
The policy that we have drafted, A and B, are both can be accommodated within the Act, but there are restrictions that Council has through its decision on the 7th of July,
Yeah.
which are more restrictive than what you can do under the Act.
Okay, so what can you do under the Act?
Well, for example, under the Act you can allow for relocation provisions from within the gambling permitted area.
Yep, I'm talking about number of machines.
Number of machines, I can find that for you. So under section 97A,
Yeah.
in terms of number of machines, the maximum number of gaming machines permitted to operate at the new venue at the time when the new Class 4 licence takes effect is the same as the maximum number of gaming machines permitted to operate at the old venue
Right.
immediately before the licence relating to the old venue is cancelled.
Right, okay, so you could have more than what we've got in these drafts.
The maximum number that is permitted under our policy.
Yeah, okay, all right, okay. The next question I want to ask relates to the hearing process, and this was raised by the first oral submission and the TAB one. Currently in our existing policy, and I've been looking at it, we've got this sort of process set out about hearings. We don't have any of that in these drafts. So just explain to me what that's about and why do we take that out, or was it gone to some guidelines, or do we need that anymore? Or
So the discretionary hearing process, which is in the current policy, you're
Yep.
correct, it has been removed in the 2 policy options that were in the statement of proposal.
yeah,
The reason for that, and I'll quote from the statement of proposal, is the provision of discretionary and hearing processes have been removed from the policy as the decision-making required is simplified now to the merging of clubs and very restricted locations under option B. So the view of staff is with the the direction that we received on the 7th of July, that would no longer be required.
So if we did make changes then to paragraph 4 in the option B, we may have to bring back that hearings
That is an
process.
option that council can consider, yes.
Yeah, okay. I see in the report, it says on page 7 of the report, paragraph 27, and it is a comment in relation to those submitters who talked about relocation and some of the restrictions in the draft policy options, that the council would have to go out and reconsult if it did make changes to that relocation clause. So I just want to explore that and the basis for that, and I see the lawyers here, so just explain why that would be. I understand, I've read this summary and I know what the words all say, but the fact that so many submitters made submissions on that point indicates to me that the statement of proposal was sufficiently wide in its wording that submitters understood they could comment about relocation, because of course it does talk quite a bit about relocation in the proposal. So we got.
Would you like me to answer that, or would you like?
Well, I don't mind. I just want to know what the situation is and why that's the view that's taken.
So I can attempt to answer that, and then Lachlan can assist if necessary.
Thanks, Lachlan.
The decision on the 7th of July from the Strategy and Policy Committee was to have two options in the statement of proposal, which was then adopted by Council at a subsequent meeting in August. With that in mind, the two policy options were the only options that, in the community's view, could be on the table, and the status quo option, which was considered by Council on the 7th of July, wasn't an option on the table in the statement of proposal. So for a member of the community, they wouldn't, the outcome today of a relocation clause within gambling permitted areas, for example, would not be something that they could anticipate through the statement of proposal that was adopted by Council.
Okay, so I guess.
Sorry, can we hear Lachlan's part of the take on that?
Oh.
Sorry, just to follow up that.
Okay, is it something different?
I don't know.
No, Aaron has got it right.
Okay.
Thanks, Lachlan.
All right.
That saved us a bit of money.
But just exploring that a bit more then, it isn't the status quo, it's about potential changes to paragraph 4 of option B in relation to relocation. I guess this is where Lachlan needs to contribute. In the summary, in the statement of proposal, we well and truly were talking about relocation, and the fact that so many submitters submitted on relocation and different variations on relocation indicates to me that the public well and truly did understand that they could comment on relocation and not specific, not necessarily confined to what's written there. So we've got a view on that?
You do. There's no question that the statement of proposal in this particular case has been framed in quite precise terms. There are two options that are available to be considered by the public. And because it was framed in such tight terms, the submissions received by the public are on two options. The options really are, in terms of relocation, option A, no relocation, or option B, a restricted relocation from outside to inside the gambling permitted areas. To the extent that some submitters have lodged a submission saying, well, in fact, we'd quite like it to go further than that and allow us to relocate within a gambling permitted area, of itself it doesn't follow in my view that all submitters or all members of the public were sufficiently appraised that that was a potential option available to it.
Okay.
So I can understand that some interested parties have wanted to go further, but the risk we face here is that there are members of the public who didn't submit on that particular point,
Right.
who, if they knew that there was a potential for option B to go a little further than what was articulated in the statement, they might have said something in their submission.
Okay.
And that's the procedural concern.
Okay, all right. A couple of other practical matters then, this policy is required by law to be reviewed every 3 years, and we're well within that time frame, aren't we?
That's correct.
What's sort of the end date, so to speak?
I'm not sure, but it's sometime next year.
Like August,
I think
September?
August, September next year.
Okay, so there's quite a bit of time. Secondly, if the council was minded to make a change that, in the lawyer's mind, required us to go back out, that's another statement of proposal, and that's a time thing, is it? What happens there?
I mean, this is probably not music to anyone's ears, but the reality is that the Gambling Act under Section 101, subsection 2, requires a special consultative procedure for a policy. So if you're going to go out with another option, which includes an extended relocation provision, you're talking about another policy. You're talking about repeating the SCP, unfortunately.
Yes, that's right. So that is just your normal process where the staff would prepare the statement of proposal, attach the draft, and in this case, I'm just surmising here, that could be the policy with some changes to paragraph 4 under the option B one, goes out, staff collate the feedback, we come back to this process.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. And we heard we might have time. We've definitely got time for that if we wanted to. Can I just then test a couple of things just to make sure that they are legally correct, given we've had sort of policies and legislation, and we've actually got pending legislation as well, haven't we? Because there's a bill running around, isn't there? Well,
It has passed
now. Okay.
Since we wrote the report.
All right. So, is it within the legal framework to enable a relocation clause that enables relocation within a permitted area, gambling permitted area? That's legally
yes,
okay?
yes.
Is it also within that legal framework to enable private club mergers and consolidations to a location other than an existing gambling venue within a permitted area?
That is correct. There's a ministerial discretion around that in terms of the merger of two clubs.
Right. Okay. The final question I've got is, if the city continues to grow as it is in the north, and at a subsequent date the council wanted to add another map, that constitutes a change, does it, to the policy, and therefore the same process?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got some questions around page 36, which was some facts and figures that were which was included in the statement of proposal. And on page 37 is that table which looks at the total population. Can you just explain to me what that actually represents, the estimated number? Is that the number of, is that the 1.83 million, is that the population of over 18-year-olds or what? Or is this the people who are at high risk? Which is is this the percentage of the population at high risk?
I was not the author of this, so I would need to check in terms of the source of that and to answer your question.
Okay. Well, perhaps another question then, going back to the previous page, it talks about the gambling expenditure having increased from 145 million in 1994 to 20.91 billion in 2014. That's about a 14,000% increase. Is that correct?
What page was that last one?
That's on page 36.
Thanks.
That's a huge increase, and I think the DHB mentioned a little earlier this morning that their estimate was around 2 billion rather than 20 billion.
The gambling spend in New Zealand has always been consistently 2 billion.
2 billion. So the 20 billion is incorrect in here. Yeah. Okay. Well, that probably follows on that further down on that page. You talk about more than half were female gamblers, 53.5, which I think if you go up to the table, that in fact, is shown as the male percentage. On the next page, that table, which I think I just have a concern that if there are some errors in here as to whether or not the information that we've provided in the statement of proposal is necessarily accurate in terms of the submissions that we've actually received. And I'm still quite confused about this number of adversely affected and problem gambler percentages, because we've talked in the alcohol area about harm, and I guess it's that group that we're focusing on here as far as harm is concerned. So maybe we might need to look at this in the context of if we decide to change the policy and we need to go back out to the public, we might need to change this around a little bit.
Points noted, thank you.
The other question is on page 30, and this is the feedback from the advisory panels, and just the first bullet point from the older persons advisory panel, where they state older people are more likely to use Class 4 machines, as younger people tend to use online forms of gambling more. This is a particular concern to older people. Now, I'm not sure which of those statements or whether both of those statements are of particular concern. Are you able to?
No, sorry, I did not attend that meeting, so I
Okay, so it may be both or it may be one, and it may be either of those two.
Yeah, that's a direct quote from the panel.
Okay, all right. And then one very last point, and I presume that's correct. This is on page 8, and it says there on paragraph 35, external costs are estimated at 6,000 ... Is that 6,000 or is it 60 and the dot's in the wrong place, or is 6,000 the actual figure?
No, the actual figure is 6,000.
It's 6,000. Thank you.
That's correct.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Just if I just could ask legal, just following on from what Councillor Pascoe said on page 36 around that 20 billion being 2 billion, I think we heard. Is there a risk that information we've gone out and consulted on that's used to inform and influence people on their submissions is wrong? Is there a risk to that for us?
Yes, there is, of course. Ultimately, however, if the information is corrected by the time you come to make your decision on the policy, I think we can cure that risk.
Okay.
But yeah, it's certainly less than ideal if you've gone out with information and influenced submissions based on incorrect information.
Okay.
But you do have an opportunity to cure it when you come to your ultimate decision making.
And is hearing it from a submitter, I guess once the submission process, I think I'm probably being overly pedantic here, but is that enough information? We can take that submitter's word that it's not 20 billion, it's 2?
Well, you might want to fact check.
Well, hang on,
Yeah.
I think there is a confusion in the terminology that's caused that. I think the turnover is about 20 billion, and more likely to be that the extent.
Okay, so that's something that we can possibly...
It's a different technical term.
Just get checked in the break staff, if possible. I mean, it's reference to where we got that information from, so it should be fairly easy to check that one. Thank you. And Councillor Pascoe has furnished me with a motion as well, so I know Democracy can put that on the board when they're ready. Councillor King and then McPherson. Councillor Pascoe, are you happy for your motion to go up now?
Yeah, the questions of...
Oh, no, questions will still carry on, but
yeah, I'm happy for my
me
motion
early
to be
for
put
the motion,
at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Yeah, that can go up. Councillor King and McPherson.
Thank you. So what we've been told is around about $22 million gets spent on poker machines in Hamilton per annum.
I would not have that information. I think we need to reflect on the submitter's point of views and evidence in that regard.
So you don't know what's spent on pokies in Hamilton per annum? And yeah.
No, other than what we provided in this report here, and I'll need to check some of the accuracies of that following the points Councillor Pascoe made. No, I don't.
That was a national figure, the figures that I was quoting.
20 million is Hamilton figure, isn't
Well, that's not in the statement of proposal, the local figures. It was a New Zealand context. It was under the...
The gambling people provided that. It was quite useful stuff, wasn't it?
Councillor King, sorry, was that a question on what the submitters have presented, or just a general question for information from staff?
I'm trying to
I'm a bit
establish
confused.
if council, if our staff know how much money is spent through pokies in Hamilton per annum.
I don't have that information, no.
Okay.
Is it not available?
It's available easily on the DIA website.
Okay, so, yeah, there we go, Councillor King. Staff don't have it, but you can get it on the DIA website.
Something that should be at the fingertips, shouldn't it, when we're getting these reports?
Okay, carry on. Have you got any other questions?
I understand council applies and receives about $190,000 a year in grants from Class 4 gambling from poker machines. Maybe the General Manager can help me on this.
Look, I don't have those figures to hand. We certainly heard that from a submitter. Council does apply to a number of agencies for funding information, but I don't have the figures as to what we received in the last 12 months. But that number would obviously vary year on year, councillors, depending on the applications and to whom they go to.
So this council writes the policy, and then this council takes money out of the system on the policy that we administer.
This council applies for funding from a variety of sources, and those agencies source their monies from a variety of sources, but that's quite disconnected from this particular policy.
So it's our policy.
Not really. It's your...
We're setting the policy today, and then we use that policy to generate income.
What I would say is that council does apply for money, which is, as I understand it, considered by the funding application subcommittee, or what, I can't quite get the right terminology there. So council does endorse and approve any application sought from those external funding agencies, some of which would source their money from gambling.
But it is our policy that we set the framework around the policy in the first place. We set the rules.
Council sets the rules in terms of the gambling two policies in front of you today. Council also approves the applications that council makes for external funding.
You don't see any conflict between the two, us setting the rules and then us taking from the system?
Well,
Councillor, perhaps I can add a comment in there. Council takes its chances as well as anyone else applying for funds. We have no influence over the grantors.
So
chances are much better.
We also have an external funding policy that's been through this council that sets parameters on how we actually apply for outside funding. That's the other policy. Carry on.
So in the staff recommendation on this report today, and is this an appropriate time to put forward a motion to stop council applying for this type of money?
I think that's a separate matter outside of the debate on this particular policy. I think that's a quite separate issue. That's an issue on how council funds its activities, quite separate from this matter, which is a policy around TAB ball venues and gambling machines.
Just a point of order on that answer. In terms of the process, we've had discussions here before and submission processes here that if something that is technically outside the area that we're deliberating on, the committee or council nevertheless has the opportunity, should it vote for that, I suppose, to send a recommendation to another processor or another part of council, do we not? And therefore, subsequent to deciding on policies, what we're doing with that.
No, it's not really a point of order.
Well, I'm asking whether
but
that's
it's a
process
question.
available
Yeah,
to
a process. Look, according to standing orders that I've looked, and I'll look to democracy for that, it would be a matter that's not relevant to this meeting. Would that be correct, Democracy Manager?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would consider that that matter is not on the agenda today.
Yes, I agree.
So could there be an explanation as to why, when we've had hearings in the past and matters outside the strict application of that hearing, have nevertheless, we've had council, the hearings body, whichever part of council is, refer something to another part?
I think, look, Councillor McPherson does raise a good point, because I can recall when we were in psychoactive substances hearings that we, outside of the policy, that we instructed, this is my recollection, like a working group to look at other things we can do through the district plan to control that activity. So is that a possibility here? That
Madam Chair, we can decide as a council to say, well, that's an issue we actually want to know more about. Could we
Correct,
please have a report
correct.
to this committee by X?
Well, so now I have
This
two
is-
different answers, so I need a proper.
It's not
I
for
think
today.
what I heard
No, not to be debated today, but
Councillor King say to make a resolution to actually make an action, but council can request information.
yeah.
No problem,
Perhaps
or
that's the
something
difference.
to consider at a future date.
So the difference of clarity is we couldn't get rid of that policy today, but we could look
Correct,
at through a
correct,
resolution,
because there'll
reviewing
be
it.
subcommittees,
Yeah.
terms of reference,
thank
and
you.
a lot of things involved in
That's
this
clear.
issue.
Thank you.
And through the chair, I think that was the nature of my answer. So we can't deal with
Okay.
that today.
I wasn't clear on that. Yeah, great. Okay, Councillor King, that answers your question. Does that answer?
So it can't be addressed through a motion today. How can it be addressed today?
I think what you've heard, the
You're
advice-
what you're definitely saying, it can't be addressed through a motion.
it's not a matter of
Later.
today, but it could be referred to a subsequent meeting upon which the staff could bring a report on the matter for that meeting to then consider the issue.
Is that a resolution, a motion that needs to be put up?
If it was the wish of the committee to put a motion to refer the topic of applications and where those funding applications are made from, that would be a resolution you could pass today and refer that to a separate meeting for a report to come back on that topic.
Could I ask you to put that wording together when the time's appropriate, just to put forward, please?
I can prepare some wording for you to
So,
consider.
so that would be an amendment, Councillor King, that you'd be signalling.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is that the end of your questioning?
No, it's not.
Chair, it might be a separate motion outside of the current motion rather than an amendment.
Yes, I agree.
So once this motion that Councillor Pascoe has put on the board, then you might want to consider Councillor King's as a separate motion for the committee.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
What would the cost be to council for Mayor Hardacre's inquiries to consult to extend the, to reconsult, to extend the relocation provisions?
In my view, the cost of a SCP process would be nominal. It would mostly be staff time.
It wouldn't be the same cost as what it costs to put this report together.
This report has been put together with the assistance of legal review, and we've had to use a consultant to assist us also. So I would anticipate that the cost will be much less.
So what did this report cost?
In the section of the report, in the financial section, the cost is expected to be around $6,000.
Plus 120 hours of staff time on top of that?
That's correct. There is staff time on top of that.
Which is, it says 120 hours of staff time on top of that in the report here, in your report.
Yes, it does say that.
Additional
He's answered
staff
the question.
time would be required if we're going to do a second process, yes.
And can I ask the General Manager what the cost per hour for a staff member and overhead is?
I don't have that information on hand, Councillor. I'd have to estimate at the break. But it's a mixture of staff at varying levels. So there'll be...
There must be an overhead that goes with every staff for the building costs, and
yes, there would be.
it's got to be over $100 an hour, I would have thought.
Look, I couldn't speculate. It won't. It certainly has it'll be higher than their hourly rate as a staff member because there are other costs associated with it. Yes.
So that's another 12 grand on top of the 6,000. So that this report so far is over 20,000.
I think we need to consider it in light of its staff employed whose activity is directed onto this particular matter other than other activities. So whether it's a new cost, it's cost incorporated into the budget of council, and their time has been allocated onto this particular piece of work.
So where I'm heading is what the cost, you've said the cost to redo this, to reconsult, would be negligible. I'm just trying to work out what that is when this report's probably cost in excess of 20,000.
The cost of continuing through a second consultation process would be some legal assistance, the cost of a public notice, and distributing material to the likes of libraries, and staff time.
And that doesn't take into account the costs of the submitters having to resubmit and represent?
No.
Have you finished, Councillor King?
No, I haven't. In page 8, paragraph 32, it appears that the TAB venues, it appears that the staff recommendation is in response to the submitter's feedback. Is it your report?
Yes, but sorry, can you repeat the question?
In paragraph 32, it appears that the staff recommendation on the TAB board venues is in response to submitter feedback.
That is correct.
What else was taken into account?
The staff have assessed the submitter feedback in relation to the TAB policy, and reflected on that with the policy that went out with the statement of proposal. And our recommendation is there's no change to the policy that went out in the statement of proposal, and that is that there will be no new TAB venues other than the two that we already have, because they would have grandparenting rights.
So it appears in paragraph 32, it was your staff recommendation is purely based on submitter feedback. I can't see any other evidence.
That is correct. We have based our recommendation on the TAB policy on the submitter feedback, of which we had 57 of the 78 submitters support Council's policy position.
So 57 for, 13 against.
That is correct.
So when we go to paragraph 31 on the staff recommendation.
Is that back a page, Andrew? 7.
Back a page.
7.
Page
Bottom
7.
of page 7.
Paragraph 31. It appears you've ignored the submitter's feedback, which is clearly very similar in percentages. It's in the ballpark area the same, but you've ignored the submitter's feedback on this one. And your evidence on this one is no reference to submitter feedback, and your evidence is to produce better location outcomes to reduce gambling-related harm. The two are inconsistent.
In relation to point 31 in the report, staff have considered submitter feedback. We have then analysed that against the two policy options that were out in the statement of proposal, option A and option B. On the balance of the feedback, our recommendation is that option B, which allows relocation from outside the gambling permitted areas to inside the gambling permitted areas, would produce the better location outcomes in terms of reducing gambling harm in the city. So that would be our preference in terms of a option. That was the option that received less support, I acknowledge that. However, we have balanced what submitters have said rather than just the quantity.
It doesn't say, I can't find that in this report. I can't see where it says that.
Well, you have that information now. You've asked a question of staff and they've supplied you with that information.
Okay, so it's based on the fact that you want to leave the door open for people to relocate from low deprivation areas into the areas which allow gambling, pokies.
That is correct. That is the proposal in option B.
So has anyone ever moved in the past from a low deprivation area into a permitted area?
So I can only comment from 2004, when that policy clause has been in place. We have 7 venues at that time which were outside. Those 7 venues remain outside the gambling permitted areas. They have not moved.
So it's been 11 years.
That is correct.
No one shifted.
That is correct.
And you're basing your staff recommendation on leaving the door open on a policy that's never been used in 11 years.
Our staff recommendation
at the same time as ignoring the submission numbers.
We haven't. We've used the submission feedback and balanced that feedback about what we think would produce the best reduced gambling-related harm in the city. And in our view, if a venue was to relocate from outside the gambling permitted area into a gambling permitted area, that would be a good outcome in terms of location restrictions and reducing gambling-related harm. So that is why we have leaned towards option B.
General Manager, do you think this report's flawed?
No.
Why not?
I believe the report presents the information necessary for Council to consider the matter here today.
So on the one issue on the TABs, the staff recommendation is totally based on what we're given in our report on submitters and the number of submitters, but the staff recommendation on relocation and sinking lid is based on leaving the door open for low deprivation gambling areas to shift into high, which has never happened for 11 years.
No, Councillor King. Look, these questions have been asked and answered. You need to ask your questions of staff in a respectful manner that helps inform you for your decision making. Can you do that, please? Those questions that you've asked, you're just reframing them. They have been answered by staff.
Just a point of order there.
What's precisely your point of order?
With all due respect, I think...
No, what's precisely your point of order?
I think Andrew was asking respectful questions. They might be tough questions, but...
No, I'm not. I didn't say anything about not asking tough questions. I said to be respectful for staff with your questioning to get the information to help inform your decision making. I believe he's been given the information. So what precisely is your point of order?
I'll have a point of order.
Well, what precisely is your point of order?
The point of order is your...
No, without...
My point of order is
sorry,
you are...
Councillor McPherson, you need to express your point of order without...
if you stop interrupting me.
Standing orders say any member may raise a point of order but must do so without explanation. So please direct me.
My point of order is that you as chair, have misrepresented the councillor.
So no, I haven't. That's not a misrepresentation of a statement made by a member. I'm simply asking Councillor King to ask his questions of staff in a respectful manner to get the information that he needs to make a decision, and those questions have been answered by the staff. Aaron, can I ask, do you feel that you've answered Councillor King's question?
I'm sorry, I have a point of order. It's
what
under
is it?
3.13.7, Part C.
Yes.
On page 28 of the standing orders.
Misrepresentation of any statement made by a member?
Yeah, and I have suggested you've misrepresented Councillor King's statement, which was a question to the General Manager asking if he believed the report was flawed, and you have said that's disrespectful.
You need to stop talking, Councillor. Okay, so I will allow the General Manager to answer the question.
You did already.
Yes.
Well, answer the question again.
My answer is no, I do not believe the report is flawed, and in terms of a recommendation from staff, and in particular, I think Councillor King was referring to the Class 4 gambling policy. Staff have not actually made a recommendation as to which option. They have brought the information for your together in the report, but they have ultimately left the recommendation as to option A, option B to Council. They have not made a definitive recommendation. So the staff have summarised the submitters' feedback, they've presented the information in an impartial manner, but they recognise that there are strong views from both sides, and in this instance have not made a definitive recommendation on that particular policy.
So what's the first three words say in paragraph 32 on page 8?
So, sorry, just if I could comment on that. So we have not made a recommendation in relation to Class 4 and recognising that the previous decision of the committee was divided. But in relation to TAB, we have made a recommendation.
That's correct.
Okay, committee, look, I know that lunch is well and truly in the room for you, and we were due to stop at 12. So we're going to stop now because it's 25 to 1, and we'll come back at 1 and continue with Councillor King, your questions. So thank you. And some of it was hot, so. Questions? Councillor King?
I have
Go and get David.
Oh, you?
I have no further questions.
Okay. So while we're waiting for Dave, Your Worship?
Yes, thank you. I did have a couple of other questions which I think probably need to be directed to Lachlan. And it follows on from Councillor Pascoe's queries about the attached sort of background and social impact assessment of gambling information that was attached to the statement of proposal. Just on a closer read of it, I do note that a lot of the referencing is potentially sort of out of date, I guess, given or based on the submissions we've been hearing today, which have brought along the latest information. So a lot of the references are 2009, 11, 12, and then some parts are referencing 2015 information. And I'm just looking for one. One, for example, would be on page 38, where there's reference to the TAB's revenue, and it references the Football World Cup. So I guess my question is, if we're attaching information to the statement of proposal that may not be the latest information and may use different dates to provide different information about gambling, does that raise any risk issues the council needs to be aware of in terms of the process we've gone through? Or to what extent is that a risk, given that people may have relied on that information as the only information they looked at to make a submission?
Through the chair, the short answer is that when you publish a statement of proposal and you include, like you have, additional background information on the subject matter, if you are going to include background information, it naturally carries with it an obligation that it be accurate, because the intention of including it is that people that are going to submit or may submit will seek to rely on it. So if there are inaccuracies and concerns around whether it's up to date and whether the position has shifted, those are matters that you should think about. If they are, in your view, material inaccuracies that might have misled the reader and therefore misled submitters, then that has the potential to put risk into the reliability of the submissions and therefore your process. So the question really is whether or not you're concerned about the errors in terms of materiality. If you are sufficiently concerned, then one option would be to obviously reconsult with better information. If you're not concerned and you think that it won't have contaminated the submission process materially, you can continue with your deliberations based on the current SCP, bearing in mind that when you come to your final decision making, if you've got yourselves the corrections at hand and more up-to-date information, that's an important next step for you.
Okay, so follow-up question. I think it was Councillor McPherson asked for information, or anyway, a councillor has already asked Aaron for, the latest information.
No, I was asking for the earlier
Yes, but
information.
someone has,
proceeding.
I think, already canvassed, what are the current figures for Waikato? And do we have those figures? And the answer was no. So we don't have... We've been presented with a number of different information stats in the submissions, and some of that's been quite up to date. Some of it doesn't appear to be disputed, but its context has not been extrapolated out. And secondly, we don't seem to have Waikato information. Is that material in your view?
I think the answer to that question, the way I would answer it is to say this: your decision making on your policy is informed through a range of sources of information. One of the sources of information which helps you in your decision making is the feedback that you receive from submitters on the SCP. That is a vehicle that Parliament has created which delivers for you useful information from your community on their views. It's not the only source of information that you have at your disposal to help you with your decision making. So if there is further relevant information, up-to-date statistics that you want to bring into this process to help you inform your decision making, supplement the material you've received from submitters. It's quite open for you to do that. Obviously, you'd request it through staff and it would be provided to you.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes, thanks. Look, the paper with the information that's being questioned at the moment, let's say, that's part of attachment 3, that went out, did it not, with the statement of proposal?
That is correct. It was included as part of the statement of proposal.
And when that report was last presented to Council in August, before the statement of proposal to go, was that actually presented in full to Council? This is what we're sending out, sort of thing?
It was presented in full in Council to this committee, in August.
So councillors, including the Mayor, had the opportunity at that time to question what was contained in any part of it and what options were being presented to the public?
The councillors had the opportunity at that time, yes.
Yeah, thanks. Now, when we are under the Gambling Act, we're required for this policy and for updates of this policy to follow the special consultative procedures, and they don't include, or do they include the ability to go out for consultation just on one small part, or sort of an amendment or an update or a section, or do we have to, under the Gambling Act, have to consult on the whole Act?
No, you have an option under the Act in terms of whether to consult on a new full-blown policy or whether you want to simply make amendments to an existing policy.
But I'm thinking in this stage, in the Mayor's desire to go out for consultation again, we don't yet have an update. We're in the middle of dealing with that. The Mayor has
So sorry, Chair, I just want a correction here.
Is there a point of order, or are you going to follow the same procedure that you normally do?
So there is
well, I follow standard order. Sorry, just
I'm in the midst of asking questions. Point of order, I'll stop for yes.
I follow standing orders, councillor.
So the point of order I want to raise is a misrepresentation of what my questioning has been about. And if I can expand on that.
Well, no, there's no. You told me there was no discussion about a point of order.
Well, do you want to know the context of it or not?
No. Know what you're up to.
I'm not up to anything. I'm entitled to ask questions to understand.
Hang on, I'm entitled to ask my questions to staff. You're either going to follow the same procedure with her as you are with me or not.
Sorry, could you not raise your voice, Councillor McPherson?
No, I'll put the microphone away then.
Well, then the online viewers can't hear. The Mayor has raised a point of order on a misrepresentation of any statement, and Councillor McPherson, you alluded, I won't do this word for word, but you alluded to the mayor wanting to go out or has expressed desire to go out and consult. That is a misrepresentation. The mayor's just has asked questions around how we would do that and what would the mechanism be. She hasn't actually drawn a line in the sand and said that's what she wants to do. So I'm ruling on her point of order.
Okay, when we come to speaking, I will be talking about the mayor's desire to go out to special consultation again.
It's not your turn to speak.
No, it is my turn to question.
So, yes,
And
so continue with your
in
question.
the mayor's questions about going out to special consultation again, which have a clear intention, in my opinion, what would we be able to do? A limited special consultation procedure? In other words, something that was cut back from the normal special consultative procedure, or are we required, as it says in the Gambling Act, there's only one way of specially consulting. You either do it or you don't, and when you do it, it involves these steps.
The Gambling Act simply requires a special consultative procedure every time you want to introduce a policy. The current statement of proposal that has been the subject of today's debate contains a proposal for a policy. In fact, it puts two options out there for debate. If you want to go out with a different iteration of the two options, you're talking about another policy, and you'll require a full special consultative procedure to do that.
And it would require the same sort of background work, rigour of it anyway, as had been done previously?
Well, the standards don't change.
Yeah.
There's probably some investments in terms of time and effort and knowledge that you can carry through and be efficient with, but in terms of the statutory requirements, they are what they are.
Yeah, thanks. That's what I was trying to establish, whether we would have to do it all again or just bits of it, and I can see that, you know, in terms of the official parts, we have to do it all again if we do that, go down that track. Okay, when we dealt with the statement of proposal, question to Aaron, sorry, the two options A and B here were clearly expressed to us in your staff report at the time. Well, not your personal staff report, but the one that came forward.
That is correct. There was three options that were put forward in the report for Council's consideration. Option A and B were two of those. The other one was status quo and continuing some of the provisions of the current policy.
And Council had the option to add other ones at that point, if they so chose?
That is correct, yes.
Yeah, thanks. Okay, so the costs of a special consultative procedure would still involve all the advertising that has to be done. There'd have to be, as you've said, a legal opinion, which is externally. Would you be looking at a consultant running any part of that process like you did for this part?
So that would be, as I alluded earlier to Councillor King's question regarding potential legal support and review, a notice that would need to go into the newspaper, and staff time.
So counting staff time, it could be somewhere between 6 and 20,000, like the previous one.
To the point that our legal team have just made, there will be some efficiencies in terms of the work that we've managed to do to date, but there would be additional work that is required, yes.
And this would be all to allow us the ability to look at another option that could have been put up in August.
That's the choice of elected members, yes.
Yeah, thanks. Just want to query something about option B. The NZCT submission today made quite a point about option B gives you the chance of relocating from a lower socioeconomic area to an existing approved area. Does it give us any other choices for relocation, like moving within approved areas, or is it only from outside to inside, no movements inside?
The option B policy that went out for consultation allows for relocation outside to inside gambling permitted areas. There's also a clause on the merging of clubs, and there's also a clause that cover situations such as fire, if a building was to burn down.
Would that cover the earthquake question that was raised if there was an assessed under the current Act? I think that all councils are required to assess buildings if it was shown to be an earthquake risk of a sufficiently high level. Would they be able to be covered in that circumstance? Because that was a point submitters made as well.
The exemption applies if the venue consent at a new site is because its existing site has been rendered physically incapable of being reused for the purposes of that venue. So that could be meaning a fire, earthquake or similar event.
Or earthquake risk. I guess that maybe this is a legal interpretation of that point because, if a building's an earthquake risk, it's not physically necessary right at that point of time a problem, but the risk is high that it could become physically incapable.
I think the exemption on my reading of it falls short of earthquake risk. It does talk about the site being rendered physically incapable of being reused.
Would it be possible, given the consultation we've done so far, without having to go out for another round, to amend that clause to specify that, say, a building assessed as being, and I think there's some technical descriptions in this Earthquake Act that we're having to work through at the moment, to have a clause, that particular clause expanded to enable that interpretation without going out the whole box of dice again?
It carries with it the same kind of challenges that we've identified earlier with the extension of the relocation policy. The question is whether there's submitters out there who remain silent on this question because it was never squarely within their thought pattern when they looked at what was up for grabs. I think I'd need to reflect on that. I'm just looking at the language, and it does need to be given a purposive approach. It talks about being rendered physically incapable of being reused. And I think if a landowner was given a notice to say that this building has got significant earthquake risks such that there is an inevitable relocation required, I think you would argue that it could be caught by this exemption, even if at the moment in time of receiving the notice it wasn't at that point physically incapable. But you're talking about fertile ground for lawyers here.
Oh yeah, it's a lot. I can see that.
Yeah.
So the only thing that's sure in that is if you actually have an earthquake and half the thing falls down, of course it's covered.
Yeah.
But anything short of that, and the lawyers get into action. Yeah. Okay. Thanks. The figures from the Department of Internal Affairs and that are available but not in here. In hindsight, would it have been wise for staff to included those expenditure and gambling figures? Do you think, Aaron?
If that was of relevance to the decision-making process, surely we could have looked at that for the inclusion of that.
Every time this policy has come up for council review, including the first time it was promulgated, the gambling expenditure and gambling funds distribution in Hamilton has been covered by submitters and by councillors. So that's why I'm asking whether it would have been wise to include that in that context.
Yeah, so the purpose of the policy is to control the growth of venues in the city, as well as around minimising gambling harm. There is a requirement in the Act in terms of providing, making sure decisions are made around ensuring social deprivation areas are considered. But in terms of the information that you're requesting, that could be provided.
Doesn't the Act also have a clause or an explanation near the start talking about balancing the harm against the benefits, or words to that effect?
I'm not familiar with that clause.
I'd have to check
I
that.
believe there is some statements in there relating to benefits as well, and that's why I'm trying to say I think that staff should be providing that sort of information, because it comes up in submitters have made statements, and we have to, as Gary said, either take the word of a submitter or because we've got nothing else in front of us.
Point noted.
Yeah. And the other confusion, which is definitely covered by the Act, is I believe between, and I'm asking you for a comment on this, between expenditure and turnover. That 20 billion that's mentioned there may well not be a mistake. The description of it as expenditure may be the mistake. It may be turnover, and they're quite totally different terms. So I'm asking for some clarification to be got on that.
So we would need to, I was not the author of that, I would need to go back and check those sources to ensure the accuracy for you.
Thanks.
But just before I go to Deputy Mayor for questions, Councillor McPherson and King, the General Manager can address the staff hours costs for you, information.
Yes, I think to your earlier comment, approximately $100 an hour would be the cost that we would apply to the staff costs associated with this. So that represents salary and other overheads and associated costs of staff. It's an average cost, but $100 would be reasonable. So at 120 hours, it was $12,000 in addition to the $6,000 direct costs. So around about $20,000, $18,000 to $20,000 it would be the all-up cost, the external costs and already committed costs of the organisation.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
No,
Oh, you've lost them? Right, are there any further questions from any members that haven't?
I guess, sorry, I did have perhaps a bit more of an explanation, expansion of the option B, and this is more process. If I wanted parts of option B or not all of it, is that possible? Is that okay, given the fact that all of option B went? I mean, maybe I'll give you an example of what I'm thinking to help get the answer. If I'm thinking of saying, well, yes, I'd like option B, but I wouldn't like any old bar to be able to have that privilege of moving. I'd like maybe only the ones that are in the lower socioeconomic areas outside our thing to be able to move to inside a approved area. Is it possible? Would that be an allowable proposal, amendment, if you like? Because of those 7 ones that are outside the prescribed areas, I don't know. I don't think they're all in what would be described as lower socioeconomic areas. Yeah. Only some of them.
If I understand the proposition, we've got at the moment 2 options that you consulted on. One which allowed for no relocation, option A, and one which allowed for relocation external to internal. If what you're suggesting is an alternative to option B, the relocation,
sort of a subdivision of it,
which is less than the originally promoted option B, it is a variation of the proposal, and you have to ask yourself the question of whether anyone would, for the same reasons, have been caught by surprise by something that is outside of the framed options. I think your suggestion that the hypothetical, the one that you've just suggested, actually sits within option A and option B, and I think it would be procedurally safe.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so look, there being no further questions, I've got a motion on the board from Councillor Pascoe, which will need to be seconded, and then seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Are there any amendments?
Look, just in relation to what I just asked, I may want to move an amendment during the debate to that. I just want to consider what other people are saying, and I'm sort of along those lines, but I'm just giving you forewarning that but I haven't, not definite.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. All right.
Just have time to read.
Oh, sure. Do you need to change D if it's being passed into law? Aaron? It says if it's passed into law, is that okay?
No, I think it would be sensible to leave D in, just to ensure that it's clear to anybody reading our policy that the amendment that has gone through takes precedent.
Does that require the policy to be changed once it comes into law, or does it just naturally change as a result of the law being enacted?
The no policy changes would be required, would be my point of view. And as raised by, suggested by one of the submitters earlier, the only change would be that the TAB venues, the board venues, would not be able to apply for a Class 4 consent.
I
was just going to ask a question in relation to some of the discussions we've had today about F and looking at page 54, the existing clause. What would that do to club mergers if that was included in the policy, if F was included in the policy? What would that do to 4A? What does that mean for 4A?
So mergers are covered under a different part of the legislation. So I don't think, so I think what F is looking at there is that
because I'm just looking at 4A on page 54, and it says, where two or more private clubs merge and consolidate their operation to a single existing gambling venue that is located within a gambling permitted area. So the way I read that was that you could merge, but you had to merge to an already operating venue. What I'm asking, what does F do to that?
So under the legislation, relocations and mergers are covered in two separate parts. The legislation in terms of mergers does not require the merge to be to an existing venue.
Right. So, but this policy that we put out,
that is correct.
Says that.
That is correct.
Says it has to be to existing venue. So
that is correct because that was felt as though it was in alignment with the policy direction at the time.
Yeah. No. I understand that, but I'm asking, what does if F became part of the policy, what does it do to the, what's the effect of it on 4A?
Elected members could choose to remove the word existing.
I don't know whether that answers my question. Does that mean that that would be standalone, and if you were a club merging, you would still have to go to an existing venue? F wouldn't change that.
So F, as I see it, would be about relocation of one venue to another venue and not mergers. Mergers, I think, would a separate part of the legislation.
Right.
And I think
so if you wanted to address the club merging thing, you would have to look at 4A, the word existing.
If you wanted to look at where that venue they moved to, you'd need to look at that word existing, yes.
Right, okay. And could I just ask another question, because I recall you saying that the bits about the process to do with appeals, was it, or hearings, had come out because it wasn't required because of the policy wording for either A or B. Does F change that?
That's at the discretion of council. You could choose to include a discretionary hearing process again if that was the will of council.
But I suppose I'm just trying to get clarity: do we need that or not? I mean, we could make anything, but the question is it needed, and is it accurate and legal?
So we're aware of that discretionary hearing process being used once.
Sorry, let me correct that, please. It was used twice. It was declined once and granted once.
Okay, so you're saying it probably isn't needed because it's not used.
Well, it hasn't been. There's only two instances it has been.
Okay, all right. All right. Okay, thank you. I've asked my question.
Just through the chair, there was an interesting question, Your Worship, that I've actually got off at, which follows on from your question around mergers, because it is interesting that Aaron or Lachlan may want to think about. If two clubs do merge under the merger provision, then they become one location within the area, then they could actually then relocate.
That's right.
So I don't know whether we've necessarily thought about it in your answer. It's a two-step process. So they'd actually do 4A, merge to one location and then simultaneously then say, well, we now want to relocate from there to somewhere else within the
So
area.
is that right? Is that
Within a permitted area?
Well, I'm surmising that that's how I read it, Your Worship, and I'm probably just putting that back to Aaron and Lachlan to think about.
Can I just, sorry, add?
I've just got Councillor McPherson just on clarification
If I've made it
question
clear.
2 before the deputy.
Well, I'm happy for that to be explored a bit
Okay.
because mine's a different question.
Okay, yep. carry
Okay,
on.
well, just to follow on, thank you, Chair, to Blair's point, if you look at what has been proposed in the last 2 years, the Hamilton Club and the Cosy Club over at Claudelands had been talking about a merger. The Hamilton Club doesn't have premises anymore because they were sold. However, the merger of the two clubs on that location is now most likely not to go ahead because of change of the guard of the Hamilton Club's executive. So that's exactly the thought, because at the moment, if you looked at the Cosy Club, it's a big piece of land that they'd be better off just bowling the facilities and either starting again there or selling that for distribution or whatever the land could be sold for and moving within the zone. So I just wanted to add that to Blair's comments.
I think, Chair, that's an example. Because the Cosy Club has talked a lot of times about moving. So that was, I guess, my question is, if they merged with some other clubs and did move, which they've talked a lot about, but not on their existing premises and wanted another premises, how does F affect what's already in there? Can they do that, I guess, is the question.
And I guess I'm probably raising, Your Worship, that it would seem as maybe a two-step process, but that seems to be the way I would read if F went through, that it would be a two-stage process, but the intent would be that they could get there.
But they would have to get two consents then.
Possibly, and that does not seem necessarily...
Anyway, those were my questions.
But the Hamilton Club didn't have gaming machines, so that simplified that thinking.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Sorry, I've just had some
yeah.
advice. So the relocation is of clubs is limited to 18 machines being moved in the legislation.
I asked the Department of General Affairs this exact question a month ago, and the advice back to me was that a relocation under 97A is limited to 18 machine sites. So if a club merged and had more than 18 machines, it can't simply just use then a relocation provision to move those. It would need to do another club merger process.
Councillor McPherson?
A more substantive question, I think, about point F there.
Yeah.
I'm taking it that when it says that council consult the public, and this is a question to both staff and to Rob, that when council consults an F, that's the special consultative procedure and it's the whole box and dice we were talking about before. And I think if you're going to put that in there, you should actually specify that, or at least consult as per the Gambling Act or something like that, because there's two different, that's quite a distinctive meaning all in its own right. And I'll say what I have to say about that afterwards, but unless Rob has some other meaning proposed for that as the mover.
Councillor Pascoe?
I was expecting it to be, as per our legal advice today, that it would be a proper consultation.
Yeah.
Is it right that it legally couldn't be anything else? It must. Okay.
Must be. Just in view of the discussion that we've just had, I think I'd like to remove the word existing under F at any venue. So take out the word existing.
I might move an amendment. You go first, but I'll move an amendment to remove F.
I don't know whether it changes the meaning at all.
Because our policy is already to have no new machines, isn't it? And even option B is that the existing lid. So it doesn't. I think F doesn't open an opportunity for any new players to come on.
Well, presumably it does if it's a full consultative procedure. The council could propose, or someone in council could, and if successful, propose that an option be to remove the sinking lid policy or change any other aspect of it once you It's like Pandora's box, is it not? Once you say we're going out to consultation, and then it's up to council at that time to what they want to consult about, not just that.
GM
Because it's the policy, and everything within the policy is again up for grabs,
No,
potentially.
I thought I'll take some legal advice on that. I thought we were just going out to consult in respect to the area that's covered in para F.
It depends entirely upon the way you frame the statement of proposal. You can frame the statement of proposal in a way which means that you confine the issue for debate to simply this question, or you can frame it in a wider way, which means that we're open for a full debate about the entire policy. It's all in the drafting of the statement of proposal.
But you still have to include the policy, the full policy.
I'm wondering if the mover would be willing to make it clear what it's in some way that the lawyers might help with, that your intention is to restrict it only to that one single area, the special consultation.
That's what I was intending.
Some advice, is that wording sufficient to set the restriction up so it doesn't reopen at council the whole lot?
Well, you could insert the word solely before or after the word public on the first line.
Yes, I agree.
Solely on the inclusion.
Yeah.
We take a break. I was just going to say, Chair, should...
Yeah.
I mean, is it a few minutes to get it right? Because I wouldn't like the wording to be
Pascoe,
wrong.
do you, yes, need some time? Okay, 7 minutes to 1:45. So we've got time to get that right. Thanks.
Yeah. You want to come in to participate, Gordon?
That issue about existing is a pretty tricky one.
She can just use the change. Yeah. Yep. Great. All right.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, we're back, committee, and Democracy have highlighted the changes in Councillor Pascoe's motion. Councillor Pascoe, do you just want to explain the changes?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. The change to F, Roman numerals 2, the removal of the word existing from section 4A of option B relating to club mergers will allow removing the word existing, and I'm just getting the wording here, will allow gambling venues that are located either within the existing gambling permitted area or within another permitted area to actually have the flexibility of moving from one area to another rather than within the area.
Well, sorry, that last bit seems to be something new, because when it says up there, able to relocate within the gambling permitted area, when it says the gambling permitted area, I took that previously to mean whichever area they were in, because there's more than one, they could move within it. Now you're saying, say, from Hamilton East to the CBD or vice versa. You're saying that would be allowable as your...
One. In the case of a merger, one existing venue could move into either to an...
Sorry, I thought you were referring to part 1 of F. Is that... I might have misheard.
Part 2, sorry, I was referring to part 2.
Okay, sorry.
Can I just ask...
And so just, have you finished?
Yes. Yep.
So is that, but there's further changes, did you want to?
Oh, can I just ask on that one? So that one there doesn't change the meaning, just made it clearer, made it less ambiguous.
Well, it does change the meaning to some extent because it allows as I understand it, it allows venues to move between permitted areas.
From one permitted area to another. I thought,
or even within a permitted
area.
Yeah. So it's giving the flexibility of saying, well, you know, say Hamilton Club and Cosy Club, which are in two permitted areas, could actually merge and come together in any one of the other permitted areas, rather than it being restricted to a merger within a permitted area, and therefore not allowing that flexibility.
Thank you.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Okay. Is everyone clear on the motion? Are there any other questions for clarification? We do need to really understand it and be clear on it. Okay, so Councillor Pascoe, would you like to...
I'll put an amendment up.
Okay, yep, what's your amendment? Have you got...
Remove F and change option B to option A.
Okay, and everything else?
It turns it into a true sinking lid policy.
All right, so we'll just give Democracy a moment to do that.
Is that right, Blair? That's my intention, is to go for the true sinking lid.
That would be the intention.
Okay.
Thank you.
And is there a seconder for Councillor King's? Councillor Gallagher is seconding that. Okay, I'm going to take them both into debate if there are no further amendments. Councillor McPherson, you foreshadowed earlier. You there yet to think, or?
Yeah, I'm happy to foreshadow it now. It would be to the motion rather than to the amendment, and that would be, I haven't got the exact wording, but it would be in part D, part F. I'll wait until we get there, actually. Might be, we get back to it, sorry. You know, when you finish this. Sorry. It would be to part 1. Sorry, and hang on. Sorry, I'll explain it, and it won't be quite to F, but it's to allow for the shifting of venues from outside into the area, but only if they're in an existing lower socioeconomic area. So that's the one that I asked the...
So you're saying not, so you won't allow permitted to permitted, but from sensitive to...
Yeah, effectively, yes. Yeah.
So would that be on a map basis?
Yes, and based on the census
Yeah.
areas that we've been using and the definitions of lower socioeconomic that have been established by government departments. And
That would be like the rating, because you know how they're rated. They've got a
yes,
rating.
correct.
They've
And-
a score.
and,
What would the rating be?
I'm happy to, in the motion, to mention the that if I could, someone could give me the exact, technical definitions of those areas.
Do I have to deal
But I haven't got the exact wording of that yet.
with we have to do amendment first? Okay. So, Deborah, are you going to get that information for Councillor McPherson?
I'm just not sure which
we
bit I'd be looking. I wouldn't be looking at adding F. I'd be probably looking at replacing F. I think, to be honest.
All right, I think we've got an idea of...
And that's foreshadowed.
Foreshadowed,
so,
yes. Yeah, I understand that. So we have got an amendment on the table, so we're going to, if I can ask speakers to speak to both, and we do need to deal with the amendment first, but I'll go to the mover of the motion as has the first right to speak. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm speaking in favour of the motion, and in respect to Part B on option and selecting option B. The reasons for that, in my mind, is that I think the location of gambling sites and the supervision, the evidence that we've had both today and in the submissions, suggests that these are appropriately located and well managed. There has been a reduction in gambling machines in recent years, and quite clearly a decline in the dollar spent on gambling around the country. I do accept that there is some harm associated with gambling, but it appears from the stats, and I appreciate today we've had a raft of different statistics, some of which would be pretty easy to set to suit the minds of whichever way you wanted to look at it. But it seems to me that 90% of New Zealanders do from time to time undertake some form of gambling. The stats suggest that around 10% of the population regularly gamble, and yet the statistics show that less than 1% have a serious gambling problem. So in other words, 90% gamble from time to time, 10% are active, and significantly less than 10% are harmed by gambling. In respect to Part F, I believe particularly from the discussions today, that there's a strong desire for relocation. There are very, very practical reasons why existing groups, particularly charter clubs, will want to consider relocation. And so I think what we're offering here is an opportunity for them and the rest of the public to consult on practical options as to how we can extend the options available to them to relocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Deputy Mayor, as the seconder, would you like to speak now?
Yes, thanks, Chair. Obviously, I'm supporting the motion and speaking against the amendment. Councillor King has talked about numbers and advocates for option A, based, I think, on the reason that there are more numbers of submitters preferring A than B. And I disagree with that fundamental philosophy that numbers count, because the numbers can be manipulated. And I use fluoride as a very good example, because if we listen to the numbers in the fluoride debate, the people that were busy photocopying and replicating the same argument in 700 or 800 forms could have easily gone on and got 2,000 or 3,000. So would we have changed the decision? And I think it would be very dangerous to start making decisions based on numbers and not the quality of the argument. And I see one young person who supported option A. He represents Generation Zero, and we've had comments from Generation Zero in the past on a range of topics, and they have generally gone out and got a large number of people to support that proposition. So there's quite a big difference in having a referendum, for example, a referendum at election time, but simply to allow a group to monopolise the debate by motivating more people than the other argument to say this is the option we prefer and that's what we want, I think would lead to some very serious imbalances in decision making around this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mallett's next.
Thank you. I think there's no doubt that gambling can cause harm. We all know that. We know it intuitively, and the facts and figures tell us that the harm can be caused by gambling. So we all are wanting to help minimise that, but I think it's really, really, really important that we don't fall into the trap of big gestures that don't work. And I think it's really important that to the extent we can, we look at the data and the information that has been brought to us today and the data and information that we have that's been brought to us, that's available to us. And it seems to me quite clear in the most objective information I've been able to get on this topic, that reduction in poker machines does not lead to a reduction in problem gambling. So at the risk of businesses, jobs, by that I mean the people who have gambling machines on their premises, and at the risk of reducing the opportunity and options that people, our citizens, have to enjoy themselves, have a flutter with their money, I think it's wrong to start minimising those options they have, all in chasing a big gesture that makes it look. And I'm not for a minute criticising the people who are doing the big gesture, because they obviously believe that it's going to work. But I can see no evidence that it will work. And I've asked and asked, for evidence that it can be, and I can see no evidence that it will work. So I'm comfortable with the mitigation we have in the motion as it is there, and am happy to support that.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, I think Gary has correctly identified that we've only received certain snippets of information here, and they don't support what he calls the big gestures. I think probably that's because the debate's gone a long way past the issues that were around when the Gambling Act first came in 2003, and there were many people around this table at that stage that would have thought Gary's speech was quite left-wing. Back then they were denying that gambling caused any harm at all. Now there's a general understanding in the community that it does, and it's the arguments now to perhaps the degree of harm it causes, and what are the best mitigation measures. And I think that's a healthy debate to have. I don't have any problems with that, because there's more than one right answer on both of those questions. I think the facts, if you go right back to when pokie machine gambling first started in this country in 1990 or 1989, depending on which government publication you look at, it is very clear that there was a very sharp increase in problem gambling from that date onward as pokie machine numbers increased and as pokie machine locations increased. And it was very hard to split which was the major cause, because they were both going up astronomically from 0 in 1989 up to 24,000 or something in 2002. And now they come back down to 17,000. They haven't dropped anything like as fast as they increased then. And I think the numbers argument is still appropriate, in the sense of the numbers of machines are only falling gradually now, and the harm indices that we're looking at are plateauing. So I think there is some correlation. There is also correlation between that and the placement of machines, and it's a bit hard to say which was the major cause. They were certainly both contributing factors if you look at the whole history, not just the history since 2003. But anyway, I am I think we as a council should be reasonably pragmatic in situations like this. The guy from the Eru from the Problem Gambling Foundation had the right approach, though. We should be looking after people first. I think the owners of the pokie machines, my friends in the NZCT and grassroots and so forth, they are very much and should be very much secondary to the people of the city. It is a product that causes harm. How do we minimise that harm? How do we control the damage that it causes? And while being reasonable in terms of people's businesses, but the being reasonable should come second, in my opinion. And one of the arguments that has moved me today has been the NZCT statement or submission that allowing some degree of relocation gives you the ability to allow machines to shift from or sites to shift from being in low socioeconomic problem areas into areas where it can be more controlled, further away. The temptation is further removed from people who are or may become problem gamblers. So I support us being able to do that, but I don't support us being able to just remove things willy-nilly. I'm inclined to go with a good part of Rob's motion here, but not the whole lot of it, because I don't think we should just allow the removal for any old reason. I think it should be for good reasons that are designed to enhance the protections in the community. So I'm having a look at that with my foreshadowed motion. What I'm also saying is that this debate is very much like the fluoride debate. It depends on the sort of facts you put up here. And I certainly agree with the Deputy Mayor that numbers aren't the whole answer, unless, of course, you're in election year. Then they become a much bigger answer than the 2 years that aren't election years. So I would say that some of us might have a bit different attitude next year when we do, if we were doing the policy next year and we were getting thousands of submissions. I think we might be listening more strongly to them than we are this year. But, you know, just because we get good, cogent submissions from the gambling industry and their representatives doesn't mean to say that they're automatically right or that they have presented us all the facts. And I would have liked to have seen a few more of the facts on what's happening in this industry from our staff at the time, but it's my fault as much as anyone for not asking for them earlier. So, you know, I'm not going to die in the ditch over that. At this stage, on the balance, I'm going to be trying to tweak Rob's motion in support of option B, though.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
We either have a true sinking lid policy or we don't. We have a relocation policy. We can't kid ourselves that we've got both. In our own paperwork on page 36, it says the negative impacts of gambling are not exclusive to the problem gamblers themselves. Approximately 1 in 40 people are negatively affected by other people's gambling. So that's on top of the 1% or the less than 1% of problem gamblers. You've got about another 2.5% of people who are impacted by somebody they love or somebody they're involved with who has got a gambling problem. We need to put some common sense into this. On the same page, on page 36, it says gambling expenditure in New Zealand has increased from 145 million in 1994 to 20 billion in 2014. Gambling is increasing. We've been told by submitters today, but staff can't verify it, that $20 million is taken from our economy every year by gambling in poker machines alone. I understand that was in Hamilton, and that $8 million comes back in. We think it's great that the $8 million comes back in, but that's a net loss to our local economy of $12 million. That's a lot of money going out of the economy. That's on poker machines alone, and that's what we're addressing here today.
Are there any? Have you finished, Councillor?
It's common sense that poker machines do add to problem gambling. We all know that. we might kid ourselves, but that's not the case. But we do know that. We've seen uncles and aunties or people that we know on the machines. We've seen how it works. We're not talking about a flutter. We're talking about the people who can't stop. Not the people who set $20 aside for the night or even $100 aside for the night. It's people who spend their income. It's people who spend the spending money for their kids. And by having a sinking lid policy, it's just slowly lowering the amount of machines that are out there. It is a harm product. It is entertainment, but it also can cause harm. As we were told today by the submitter, it's designed to hook people in, and poverty is the outcome. I would also propose that the middle class and the upper class who have gambling issues, that the figures are masked, because those people can hide their problem with their income. But we see the poor people, we see the people at the lower end, but we don't see the problems in the middle class and the upper end. This is about the well-being of people. This is about lowering the harm, lowering the risk. I'm not against people who've got an existing business, who've got machines there, keeping their machines in their property, keeping their business going, having grandfather rights, no problem. All I'm saying is, as what happened in Greenwood Street, jugs opened up, machines got bought from another part of town, or approval to come from another part of town into jugs, because obviously the income for those machines was going to produce more there. It's adjacent to a high density, lower deprivation area. When jugs failed, the machines went elsewhere. It's just shuffling them around. We want to stop this. We want to keep the machines where they are now and leave them where they are now. If a building does burn down, it can be rebuilt within 6 months, and the machines can stay on that building. No issues there. Thank you. The only other point I'd make is where the staff recommendation on the TAB appears to be based on the level of submitters and which way they submitted. But when the same sort of levels and figures came through for whether we go with A or B, a sinking lid policy or not, it appears that the numbers of submitters have been set aside because it didn't suit the outcome that was required. And I don't even follow in the staff recommendation and the staff report, I don't even follow the two arguments. It appears to me to be a disconnect there, which just makes me wonder whether the outcome was required before the report was decided before the report was written. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Tooman and then Her Worship.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be speaking in support of Councillor Pascoe's motion. Look, we've sat here and listened all morning to a number of submissions. I'm a little bit confused, actually, as to how much harm this gambling has caused. It seems to be accepted at about 0.7% of people are affected in some way by gambling. The District Health Board comes up with a figure of 2.1%, and yet they said 28,000 people here in Hamilton are actually affected by gambling. Yesterday we spent most of the day talking about alcohol. They didn't give us any numbers of the persons who are affected by alcohol, such as alcoholics, but we've come up with this number here today of the persons who are suffering from a gambling type disease. If we look around our community, of course, we're saying now that alcohol is a major issue. Fast food is a major issue because it makes you obese. The latest thing, of course, is that we can't have any sugar. We're now not allowed to have any bacon. Where does all this finish? This is the thing that worries me. How far do we actually have to go to protect our community? Is there not some responsibility on the individuals within our community to actually take some action to overcome some of these issues? Councillor King says what we really need to do is to put some common sense into this matter. And surely it is common sense that if we have a premise which wants to move to update its premises, surely they can take their machinery with them. as long as they stay within the dedicated area. And I think what we have to be very careful of is that we don't become such a huge watchdog over our community, of course, that we take away people's individual rights. That's my comments.
Thank you, Councillor. Your Worship.
Thank you. I support the motion. I want to start by thanking the submitters because I have to say I found the submission speakers this morning really informative and really articulating their positions. I want to really thank them for that. And I found the written submissions really useful to read. I think for me, I support the proposition of relocation. And the reason I do is because, first of all, I think the government's given an indication that it's moved since 2003 by its change in the legislation, so it's looking at it differently. And the research that we were told today that the DIA has done and other organisations have done have informed the government on that, hence the change in the legislation. Secondly, we've heard through the submission process and reading the submissions some of the very useful information that's been presented about the effectiveness of relocation as a response to gambling harm. And I think also there's a reasonably common view from all sides of this debate that relocation can be an effective tool to respond to the harm of gambling. The prioritisation of that, sure, is different depending on what side of the fence you sit on, but there seems to be a common view that it is an effective tool. And that gives me a level of comfort that relocation is recognised as effective. So if you accept that relocation is a mechanism, then for me the scrutiny then turns to our clause 4 and option B. And that's where I focused my attention. So it sort of seems to me at odds where you can move from outside in, but you can't move within. That doesn't seem common sense to me. And secondly, it seems to me to be almost a nonsense that you can merge as a club but not go to a new premises, which might be a better premises and a better location in a dedicated area. So for me, this debate has been about what is, in my view, an effective way to respond to gambling harm, and I accept relocation is that. And secondly, I want to make sure that clause 4 gives the right sort of framework for relocation. So that is why I'm supporting the motion. And I do also want to add that I think that it's really important when we go out to the public on these sorts of issues, which, you know, people have lots of different views, and we've heard a lot of them today, and all of us hold different views, I suspect, that, you know, we put out the information in a way that's reasonably wide so that we can enable a bit of flexibility when it comes to get down to the business end of this. And I think that might have saved a little bit of angst for us. But yeah, I think the motion's the way to go, and let's hear specifically what people think about that. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? Looking to those that haven't spoken yet? No? Okay, so I'll go to Councillor Pascoe for your right of reply.
Yeah, I haven't got anything to reply, thanks.
Okay. All right, so we're going to put the amendment to the vote.
Put it on the board.
Thank you. Right, so all those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Democracy, if you can call out names when you're...
Councillors McPherson, King, Gallagher and Young.
And those against, raise your hands.
Councillors Tooman, Mallet, Green, Pascoe, Mayor, Hardacre, Chesterman and O'Leary. That's 7 votes against and 4 votes for the amendment. It's lost.
Thank you. And now we will move... So we have a foreshadowed amendment, Councillor?
Foreshadowed, but I'm going to make it easy. It's just to delete F.
Okay, we'll let Democracy catch up with that.
And I would like to speak briefly just to that aspect of it.
Yeah, and do we have a seconder for Councillor McPherson's amendment? If there's no seconder, then the amendment lapses. No, sorry, Councillor McPherson, there appears no seconder for that.
Well, in that case, I'd like to I'm wondering if we can reopen the debate, because the people have not had the opportunity to vote, to speak, on that aspect of it. It wasn't clear of it beforehand.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking. When we did the debate, it was speaking. I asked members to speak to the amendment and the motion, and now we just have the motion on the table. So, amendment was lost. I don't
believe that there was going to be a second, so that I would have the opportunity to speak on that aspect of it. So.
But there wasn't. So.
So standing orders prevent people, who've already seconded a amendment.
Yes, they do.
Well, no. Councillor McPherson was allowed to speak.
No, I'm allowed to. He was asking about seconding. Sorry, Angela.
So are you saying that you're going to second?
No, well, I understand I can't. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've seconded the amendment.
So basically, what I think Councillor McPherson is, would there be any elected member who is not in my situation,
I think
pro tem, seconding something to at least allow McPherson to...
clear. Philip, Councillor Young, well, look, no one's put their hands up. Councillor Green and Councillor Young and yourself, Councillor Gallagher.
I will second it to get it off the table.
Okay. All right, so we'll just wait for Democracy to put that up. So that's been, we now have an amendment on the table by Councillor McPherson and seconded by Councillor Green.
Okay, if I can speak to that,
Yes.
please. Now, I won't take too much of your time. The reason I've moved that in the end is that I believe that I'm happy enough with allowing some forms of relocation. That's accepted, and the Mayor made a correct statement. There was some degree of acceptance of that around the table. What I'm not happy about is us going through, we've just gone through the process, and we're talking about reopening the process, even if it is not for the whole of it. I think that the public will rightly be upset with us if we're saying, well, why didn't you ask us about these options in the first place? Every single one of us around this table had the option of including these sorts of things 2 months ago, and we could have done it all at the one time, and we could have consulted the public at no extra expense. We're going to be talking somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000 to do of council time and money to do that, ratepayers' time and money to do that exercise. We've got relocation in there. It's not exactly the relocation I prefer. It's not exactly the relocation clause some other people would prefer, but it is a pragmatic sort of reasonably middle ground. Now we're talking about saying, well, we want a bit more here and a bit different over there. Let's go and consult over something that's relatively small, quite a big process. Why do we not leave that into the incoming council in 2 years' time, when it can redo the whole policy and make sure these issues are included at that point in time? Why go out for a second round within 2 or 3 months of the first round when we've got it close to being right? Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, I just want to speak to and speak in favour of the motion rather than the amendment. I think while I agree with the comments that Councillor Dave has made, I think legal advice tells us that, and the legal advice has been here today while we've been debating and discussing this issue, legal advice tells us that the correct procedure, if we want to have a policy which is flexible and will allow the groups that may wish to relocate have some degree of flexibility and in terms of practical relocations, then we need to have an effective policy. And whilst we're now having to repeat some of the process again, unfortunately, in my mind, it's important that we do it properly and that we do have a policy that's going to be effective.
Thank you.
Sorry. Councillor Pascoe talked of legal advice.
Oh, I think Councillor Pascoe was making a debate.
Well, no,
Are there any further
legal advice. Where's the legal advice?
He was referring to what we earlier had.
Yeah.
So that's what. So just. Right.
So
I'll be interested in a question.
Well, no, we're into debate now, Councillor Gallagher.
Well, I think
are there any
point of order.
What precisely is your point of order?
Well, the point of order is relevant information. Can that just be verified or not?
I don't believe Councillor Pascoe.
I'm not questioning Councillor Pascoe.
So, Councillor Pascoe, were you asking a question or were you debating?
I was debating. I was, and I was giving reasons why, I believe that my motion should stand and we should proceed with F. And I was giving reasons why I thought the inclusion of F, as it was in my original motion, should remain.
Well, through the chair, I'm asking the city solicitor.
Well, I'm not allowing questions now,
point of
Councillor
order.
What's your point of order?
My point of order is that it is reasonable.
Without explanation, what's your point of order?
Can we, for the city solicitor, verify and just say that that's the course of action? That, in other words, I have a simple. If I was allowed to ask, given that introduction to the debate, I'm allowed to surely ask the city solicitor to assist me in voting on this amendment or not. Does he see any problem with the amendment in terms of any legal responsibility in terms of the process? Well, I think it's quite crucial.
Look, my ruling is that point of order, what would the words be, is out of order, Councillor.
Well, then I'd like to make a new point of order.
What's your point of order?
The point of order is that new information has come forward since the voting on the First Amendment. The new information being that there is a proposal that wasn't on the table at that point that is now on the table, which is to remove F. And there has been a statement from the mover of the substantive motion that he's acting or trying to introduce something that will support the legal advice given, and the member over there has asked for clarification. Is that the advice is? And I would like that, having heard the discussion. Is it? If my amendment is carried, is that going to leave us in a legally allowable position?
Look, we're a little bit stuck here, so just this question, if legal can address that, and then we will carry on with the debate. Thank you.
The motion that is currently on the board is consistent with the legal advice given earlier in the discussion. If, and it can be summarised in this way, if council wishes to extend the flexibility in terms of relocation beyond what was currently submitted on in terms of option B, you need to go out to a further special consultative procedure. This proposed motion is consistent with that advice.
That wasn't the question that I posed, Madam Chair. My question that I put up in the point of order that you said would be allowable was, was that, plus is it also consistent to have the motion without F, which is my amendment?
Legal, do you want to answer that?
Can I just have the motion scrolled down so I can read the entire, I want to see B, because if I understand it, it's A through E without F.
Yes.
Yep.
That motion is fine.
Right, thank you. So are there any further speakers in debate? Your Worship.
We're required by law to review this policy every 3 years. That's set out in the statute. It's an in-depth, quite long process, as we've found, and it is a process where people do have strong views and opinions. One of the things that I think is quite important is if we're going to confirm a policy that's going to last for 3 years, we need to get it right. And if we do have to go back out to get another view on a specific and discrete point, we should do that. I do not support the idea of taking a middle road and then going out again in a year or a year and a half's time. I can't see the point in that. In fact, that process will be more costly because we'll have to do the full policy. So, you know, for me, it's about going through this process, hearing what submitters have to say, focusing on the issues through that process and seeing whether the policy stands muster or not. And if it doesn't, getting it right so that for the next 3 years we've got a policy that operates properly and is the wishes of the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. Any further speakers? Councillor King?
It's becoming evident to me that some members around this table have got information about something that's happening that other members around this table may not have. I don't see any other reason why we're going down this track. In most areas, this is more permissive than what we've had last time, which was supposed to be a tightening up. We're actually irresponsible. We're spending $20,000 more by going out to public consultation, or certainly over $10,000 more when we've just consulted. And here we are starting again. This is crazy misuse of ratepayers' money. We got this wrong, guys. I've never seen this happen since I've been involved. We're going out to do a double consultation back to back because probably it appears some club or somebody wants to merge that half of us around this table do know about and the other half may not know about, in my opinion. And we're writing a policy to accommodate something that's obviously coming up within the next 3 years.
Councillor King, sorry, just on that particular comment around the club, I do recall we were presented in a confidential briefing the information around that particular club, so I don't think it's fair to allude to some members having information that others don't. While all members may not have been to that briefing, it certainly was notified.
Was it a formal meeting?
It was a formal
Minuted meeting?
briefing. No, it wasn't.
Okay, so then you
But it
cannot
was
assume
available.
anything
Sorry,
because it's not
Councillor,
allowed.
I'm addressing Councillor
Yeah,
King.
well,
I'm
well
just
you can't
correcting-
say that everyone
No,
went there.
I didn't say, Councillor McPherson, I did not say that everybody attended. In fact, I was very clear to say that possibly not everybody attended. Let me finish, thank you. What I said was just correcting Councillor King because he was implying that some elected members had knowledge that others didn't.
Well, he's correct.
What I'm saying, and I'm correcting him, and I am right in that correction, is that all elected members were notified of two things. One, that there was a briefing. It was confidential, yes, we have many of those. But two, the topic of that meeting. Whether elected members were there or not is a personal choice. So I'm just correcting what
So
he's
it was an
implying.
informal meeting
Yes, I've
and
just-
not all
Councillor
councillors have received
McPherson,
information. And that's
I've
all he
just-
said. That's all he said.
I've just addressed his comment.
So he
Thank you,
was correct.
Councillor King, you can continue.
Either way, the briefing that is being referred to happened a long time ago, well before this policy went out for consultation. So we had the chance to take that into account if that's what we were going to do and not waste ratepayers' money of going back to back out to consultation to spend another $20,000 because, for whatever reason, this is irresponsible spending of ratepayers' money to accommodate one situation, which we've just tried. We're putting a policy together to accommodate what we can see coming. This is crazy misuse of money, and accommodating a group of people out there who run poker machines in an establishment. So I'm not happy about this at all, guys.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers that haven't spoken to the amendment?
Chair, can I just check?
Sure.
Because I haven't heard the cost of this process. What I know.
Point of order. The Mayor is asking a question in the debate. She's not making a procedural point.
Well,
Can everyone ask a question then? Are you allowing us all?
Councillor McPherson.
What is the process
Councillor
you're
McPherson.
following? What is the process you're following
Councillor
here? Are you
McPherson.
allowing us all to answer questions?
Councillor McPherson, I allowed you to ask a question. I allowed Councillor...
No, I made a point of order.
What precisely is
Clearly.
your point of order?
No, that was previously. Now I'm asking you whether you're going. What is the process you are following here?
I'm
Are
following-
you allowing people who don't like something they've just heard to ask a question about that to try and get a bit more information out there to support their
Chair,
case?
I'm happy not to ask the question.
Thank you,
I'm
Your
fairly
Worship.
confident I know
Thank
how
you.
much
Shouldn't have allowed it
cost.
in the first place.
3 hours work, I'd say.
Okay, everyone, take a breath. Take a breath.
You shouldn't let us say stuff that's not right.
Well, I have tried.
So,
Look,
I've withdrawn. I don't need
Yes,
to
okay. Everyone just take a breath. Can we continue with the debate in a collegial way? Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in the debate? No. Okay, so we're going to put the McPherson Green amendment to the vote. Everyone clear? Are we looking at... Can we zip up?
Yes, it's
Democracy?
on, that's
Oh,
the
that's it?
amendment, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Everyone's clear. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands.
Councillors McPherson, King, Gallagher, Young.
And all those against the amendment.
Councillors Tooman, Mallet, Green, Pascoe, Mayor Hardacre, Chesterman, O'Leary. 7 votes against, 4 votes for the amendment. It's lost.
That amendment has been lost. I'm now going to put the motion. I'll wait for you. And this is the Pascoe and Deputy Mayor motion. We up there? Yep. So all those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands.
Councillors Tooman, Mallet, Green, Pascoe, Mayor Hardacre, Councillor Chesterman and Madam Chair.
Thank you. And all those against, please raise your hands.
Councillors McPherson, King, Gallagher and Young. Carried 7 votes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, staff, submitters and committee.
Excuse me, we had another motion put up.
Oh, sorry, councillor. Yes, your motion. Now, this is a separate motion that councillor King is proposing.
Councillor King, do you want me to put the wording up that the GM prepared?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll just wait a moment for Democracy to get that up.
Running through several amendments.
Oh, yeah, about whether or not we're conflicted because we get some of the money comes to us.
External funding subcommittee or to the strategy and policy committee before?
Could we put that to the strategy and policy committee, not so all members are involved, rather than the external funding?
Or could the finance committee? Whatever is the most appropriate. First,
What about the members' draft committee?
you run that, don't you?
Members' draft committee.
Right, is there a seconder for councillor King's motion?
Yeah, Chris Cairns.
I'll second it at this point.
Okay, thank you, councillor. Councillor McPherson is seconding that. Right, I think that's very clear, that motion, so we are going to go into debate. So councillor King is the mover.
We're a big organisation that has huge resources and a huge amount of staff to make fantastic applications for funding to organisations who we enable to take money from the people who live in our city. Your small clubs don't have the resources to present. That it's taking money off the small groups. The small groups don't have the resources to put in flash, multi-page, glossy applications like we do. And we're pretty well guaranteed to get our money because, after all, we're the ones who set the rules to allow the money to be distributed in the first place. Why should we be able to dip into those the funds that, as we know, there aren't enough to go around anyway for the small clubs? I just don't think we should be a part of this process. We get our income from development levies and we get our money from rates and other sources. But we shouldn't be taking, in my opinion, we shouldn't be taking from this pool of money that's there in the first place for clubs and smaller organisations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McPherson is the seconder. Did you wish to speak?
Oh,
No.
yeah, I'm happy to speak now. Thanks. Look, I do agree, at least in principle, with what Councillor King's just said. I'm approaching this from the point of view of a number of small voluntary community organisations which I'm a member of, all of whom apply for funding from all sorts of places, including various pokey trusts. And while those are legal and they're there, I don't have a problem with them doing that. I may have a problem with the source of the money, but the fact is it's there and should be available to the community, and that's the purpose that these trusts have been set up. What I have a problem with is those small independent community organisations being in competition for funds with a large semi-government organisation like the City Council, or any council, I might say. It's not just Hamilton City Council. I think that there's clearly an unfair and uneven playing field there. If you're on the grants committee for a large organisation like this and you see an application coming in from the City Council, I don't believe, and Blind Freddie doesn't believe, that you could help but give it more kudos than you would an organisation less well prepared with less facts and figures than a small community organisation. It does not sit well with me that we go into competition with the community groups that are doing voluntary work in our region, in our city. I think I don't have a problem with any of the projects that we're asking for money for. I think the issue is that we've got other sources of funding for that, as Andrew mentioned, not just our own ratepayers either. There are some other organisations around that only councils can apply to, actually, not that community organisations. There's a very limited pool and reducing pool of money, as we've been told, for community organisations. The small amount of money that is there should be, in the first instance, available to those community groups and sporting groups and so forth, not to the big city councils of the world.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you. When Andrew first raised this issue during the debate we've just been through, I thought his angle was that council is, quote unquote, one of the regulators of the poker machine, again, quote unquote, industry, and therefore had some degree of underground persuasion over where those funds were eventually allocated to, i.e. because I know that the council does on occasions put in applications to the pokey trusts. But this is a different thing. So just having been 2 terms chairman of the Well Energy Trust, which is one of the entities that the council does on occasions request money for, I can just give you my personal response that council applications from the City Council were treated no differently. Yet they were generally, the reports added up. Generally, the grammar was appalling, as it still is. But I can look anyone straight in the eye that the council was treated exactly equally with any back of envelope effort from a tennis club or a Boy Scout effort. So there may be a perception that the council is treated differently with some deference, but certainly in the 6 years I was involved with one of these organisations, the council was not treated any differently.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Gallagher, I did have you down.
Yes, look, I'm happy to support this going as a report to strategy and policy, so I don't think this is the time and place to have that broad discussion. However, at risk of losing an afternoon tea invitation, I am a sceptic in that I think the focus here should be on what is for the community good. And for example, if say there's a playground to be funded in a Hamilton suburb that our 10-year plan or our rating package, our budget doesn't allow, and yet there's an alternative, then I think we should be broad-minded in accepting that alternative source of funds, because the focus is actually on the community good. And while I have some fairly strong perspectives and concerns around the social harm of irresponsible gambling, and I'm not saying all gambling is irresponsible, it's not, but there's social harm. The one bit of good that comes out of it is the so-called community dividend. The key issue is what gets spent in Hamilton and what actually is returned to Hamilton. So I think certainly from my experience many, many years ago being on the Trust Waikato Community Trust, a bit like Gary, I don't recall us giving favouritism at all to a local authority per se. I do think the External Funding Committee and how we're now doing this stuff is really good, is really, really positive. And I do think we as a council have to be innovative in terms of seeking a broad range of sources of funding for projects that are for clear community good. Having said that, I think it would be quite good to further turn over and mull over Councillor McPherson and King's point around to what degree does that application in itself harm some other ordinary clubs, etc. But I come back to the opening point I made. You have a playground that's, for example, or some community facility that's attracted a range of funding. We may be sponsoring that facility, we may be promoting that facility, Hamilton Gardens, but there's huge, huge community good that comes from the provision of that facility. So I'll be supporting the motion, but I have to say to the mover that I still am sceptical that we would say no to applying to some of these particular community trusts.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks, Chair. I'm absolutely appalled that this motion has been tabled at a time when we are debating other issues. I'm on the External Funding Committee. Any of you are welcome to put your hands up and volunteer for that. I look forward to stepping down and allowing you to spend some extra time doing council work. The External Funding Committee has been hugely successful in terms of major projects. This is not about funding a couple of grand here and a couple of grand there. This is about asking the big funders for big amounts of sponsorship money. We deal with the small council grants. I think Councillor Pascoe and perhaps Councillor Gallagher and maybe Councillor Young on that. And we disperse small amounts of money to community organisations. But the external funding role is to present a professional, yes, glossy Councillor King, document, but all of those groups that we approach have a formatted application and you can send in a support. This is not for the Boy Scout group. It's not for the Maori Kapahaka group wanting some new poi. This is about funding projects like Hamilton Gardens.
Point of order, the funding that those groups apply to is exactly the same, the funding pool. And that's the only point that was made over here.
Okay, yeah, carry on, Deputy, yeah.
So Hamilton Gardens and the EPA Garden have both benefited by major grants from the Lotteries Commission. Goodness, gambling in New Zealand, on strike tickets and lucky dips. This was money set aside by the Lotteries Commission for major projects. And yes, we do get turned down, and there was a major request for a particular trust that went out in New Zealand and sought major funding bids, and we're talking some millions of dollars. And so we made a bid for funding for Lake Waiwhakariki. Now, this is not money that's going to be raised by selling cream sponge cakes down the main street or sausage sizzles. This is a trust set up specifically to disperse large amounts of money. And you look at the other trusts working in the city, the Toiti Trust. That money for Sappermore Jones statue just didn't come from selling balloons and sausage sizzles. I don't know what the trusts were, but I believe that money came from the Lotteries Commission and the Mesh Trust. And I think of the applications that the External Funding Committee will be making in connection with the River Plan, with the playgrounds that Councillor Gallagher has rightly talked about. And those playgrounds have been a huge success in the community, at the lake and at Forest Lake and the ones that are coming up. And I think it's such a shame that we're now going back 20 or 30 years to decide, do we want money from these terrible things that have been legalised, from the alcohol area, from gambling, from smoking? And we've heard Councillor McPherson say that he's very happy to have funding from these groups for the sporting groups that he's associated with. And I think that's fantastic, because the option is, Councillor McPherson, you make the members of those sports organisations pay for it themselves. And so if we didn't approach,
Okay.
if we didn't
You obviously don't.
have the external
Councillor.
fund, is it a point of order? I'll sit down.
No,
You obviously
carry
don't
on,
know, so
councillor,
I'll explain it
please.
to you sometime,
Councillor, please don't interrupt the speakers. Carry on, Deputy.
Just don't bully me, Dave. So I think that it's a shame that we're trying to turn the clock back. The External Funding Committee is set up to coordinate responses from Council for big funding. And I think that for us to attempt to play around with that approach is disgraceful in the context that there is something wrong in taking money from the trusts that are built on gambling, lotteries. I wish you would all stop buying lotto tickets, because if you're true to your word, that's what you will do. Horse racing. How many of you watched the Melbourne Cup? Maybe even had...
We were here,
a
mate.
little
We were here. Sorting out the birds.
If you watched it, you weren't concentrating on the meeting.
Okay.
So I think we need to be very careful about what we're asking and the signal that we're putting into the community about what money is acceptable to council. And if we followed through Councillor King's proposition, who's going to pay for these projects that give so much joy in the city?
Thank you. Your worship.
I'm voting against the motion. That information is already available. It is available in the agendas for the External Funding Subcommittee. The members of that subcommittee here today know that, and precisely that information is available. So that's why I'm voting against the motion. It's already there.
Okay, thank you. There are
I
no...
have a question of the mover, through the chair.
Yes?
Do I correctly interpret that what you're asking for is just that a updated report be presented to strategy and policy? That's all you're asking, is just a report, for a report?
I'm asking for a report at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Right, there being no further speakers, I'll go to Councillor King. Yeah. As right of reply. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Chesterman has muddied the waters as he does with these things at times.
Sorry, point of order.
What
As he
exactly is your
does,
point of
what
order?
evidence has he got?
Well,
How long
so
have you got, Gordon?
just look, committee
bully
members.
Dave.
No, I am speaking. I am trying to run a collegial, effective, and efficient meeting, and you're not helping me, people. So, Deputy Mayor, what precisely is your point of order?
Well, I think the words, and I haven't written them down
So,
like Councillor McPherson or Councillor King might, but it was something like "as he usually does." So suggesting that this is not the first case.
You're objecting to the words that Councillor King has used. So, Councillor King, please keep your debate to the issues at hand and refrain from going towards personal character comments, I guess is what that's my ruling.
Excuse me, you allowed him to make tons of comments directed at both me and Andrew.
No,
Be
I
consistent,
didn't.
please.
Andrew and me.
Carry on, Councillor.
Thank you. This is about pokey funds and the distribution of the pokey funds. Gordon, you've backed up my argument. This is about us coming in and taking large amounts of money from a small pool for us to use for large projects.
What's the point of order? Councillor King said I took it from small pools. I talked specifically about major funds for major projects.
Okay, look, I actually don't recall the comments made around that, so Councillor King, you can continue.
Thank you. We're taking the large amounts of money from the small pool of pokey funds, which is taking the opportunity away for smaller groups who apply to the same pool and some of these smaller groups need that money to survive. We don't. We can get the money from other sources. We're allowed to apply to certain trusts and certain funds that the small groups do not have a right to apply to. They're not allowed to go to some of those smaller, to some of the funds that we are allowed to go to. This money that we're taking also comes from the lower socio-economic group generally in our city. We need to think about the source of where this money comes from as well, and whether we as an organisation who has huge access to funding, which other groups don't have, and as well as that we have other multiple streams of income, that we should be straight up, we should be clean, we should be clear. And we might disclose where the money comes from, but my question is, should we be applying for that money in the first place? So all I'm asking for is a report to come to strategy and policy, so that then we've got a chance to debate this and a chance to possibly put up an amendment to say that we should be stopping applying for money from pokey funds, from Class 4 gambling. Thank you.
Just a point of clarification. Your comments then, Andrew, were directed toward gambling money.
You can't,
But that's not. That looks like it's all. What, is that what you mean?
Look,
Just
yeah, look, his right of reply
Okay, sorry.
yeah, is the end of the debate. So I think we're done now, and it is time for a tea break. So I'm going to put Councillor King McPherson motion to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour, please raise your hands. Of the motion, Councillor Gallagher.
Councillors McPherson and King for the motion.
And Gallagher.
Excuse me, Councillor Gallagher, are you voting for the motion?
On the basis that all
Well,
that's been asked, all that's been asked for is a
Yes
report.
or no?
all you're going to say is yes or no.
Thank
You
you.
don't give explanations.
And all those against the motion, please raise your hands.
Councillors Tooman, Mallet, Green, Pascoe, Mayor Hardacre, Yong, Chesterman. Madam Chair, 8 votes against and 3 for the motion.
Okay, right, thank you to staff and submitters and members of the public and media who stayed, and committee members, of course. I close the meeting. It would be nice if we could have a break before the Deputy Chair takes over and chairs the rest of strategy and policy as well, but it's up to him.
Thank you.